Oh, that's a
Oh,
nice American voice, that is.
yeah. I'll click OK on that.
Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, this podcast is getting like buses. Absolutely sweet sod all for ages, and then three turn along almost at once. And what are the odds? Two on the bounce with snipers. Last time Mr. Turner, this time the one, the only, the mustachioed marvel himself, the man that could be a musketeer, should I say, Mr. Trad Sniper. Good afternoon, sir. How the devil are we?
Yeah, not bad. Thank you for having me back. Going to be a tough act to follow with Joel last week. So, let's see what I can do.
Like you think about it, all that is down to you, isn't it? You were the one that suggested talk to Maddie, because we're both massive Americana files.
I just thought you two would get on. And Maddie's great archer and, still quite like a, not that well known kind of thing. But now she's, really getting up there with being on the push, being on your podcast. So, I just thought you two would, get on great. So no, it's
It
great.
was, but the weird part is for two introverts, put us
Yeah,
together and the conversation just flows.
I think that's just like, because we're birds of a feather. It's like I'm very introverted in my personal life, but then as
Yeah.
soon as someone says bow to me, I'm like, okay,
Here we
I can hang with you for a
go.
while. I'm gonna hold you verbal hostage. Like,
I like that, a verbal hostage.
yeah, if someone starts speaking to me about, my newfound obsession, English longbow, yeah, you're done. You're so done because I'm just gonna keep you here, just chatting at you, the kind of a word assault, just throw them at you.
Oh, that yeah, but that's always the best way. It just shows a real passion for something, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, we'll we'll get into it because I've got a lot to talk about. I've got a lot to say.
Oh, there's a lot I've got to ask you about. I mean, last time we spoke, we did say this time we'd talk about your weight loss course. I've seen the
Yeah,
before and after photos. Jesus Christ, what a
yeah,
weight loss! You know,
yeah,
from St Bernard to racing Whippet.
yeah. No, my weight loss has been so up and down. Like I don't know since coming into like my mid 20s because I started out really heavy. Like I was bordering like 19 stone at my
Yeah,
heaviest. Uh, and still, it's like I held my weight. It's like I didn't look massive, but I was still just like walking fridge.
yeah,
And then I had a changing career path. So then going from manual labor to office work, I didn't want to continue eating the same amount I was doing manual labor to then just sit down all day.
yeah,
So I was like, okay, I'm gonna, start shedding this weight off. And literally, I do not like the gym, and I don't mind saying that. I find it very boring to
yeah,
work out. So I literally just changed my calorie intake and just went on a pretty big deficit.
yeah.
Uh, because I was taking in like over 2,000 calories or something ridiculous for someone my age, height, and at that time weight.
Yeah.
So I just like reduced that to like under 1,000 calories, and
Jesus.
I went from bordering 19 stone down to like 13 in like 6 months.
Yeah,
Uh, but yeah, no, it's just like that. I'm not saying like that's the way to do it because everyone's different.
yeah,
But for me, just going on a deficit and not even doing like exercise, just actually stripped the weight off me.
yeah,
And then I've been up and down since going from like really skinny to getting some of my muscular mass back, and
yeah.
then getting overweight again, and then cutting. So it's very up and down. But yeah,
I see, for somebody who hates exercise, I actually quite like the gym. And I just started going back to the gym again when I spazzed my leg up.
yeah, okay,
And it's having like what, 7th of December I did it, been having to sit down for so long. I
Yeah.
feel everything just feels like it's getting compacted like that and going wider and wider and wider. But
Yeah.
it's frustrating because I've never done anything that's taken this long to recover from. And
Yeah. That's quite
I'm
scary.
really, really impatient. I
Yeah.
want to be, no, no, I want to get up. I want to be doing stuff. And yesterday I tried walking without my stick for about 20 minutes. And afterwards, I could just feel my calf swelling in my jeans. A pair of straight leg jeans suddenly started looking like a pair of skinny jeans on my left calf.
Yeah. They're ballooning out. I've got some parachute pants happening at the
Oh,
bottom.
God, yeah. Give it the old MC hammer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I mean that puts, absolute fear into me. Like, as I'm getting older, it's like injuries take longer to recover from. I dropped a
Yeah.
bit of wood on my leg at work and it hurt for like 3 weeks, and I
Oh, shit.
didn't like that, you know. So, oof, injury recovery.
Dropping wood on your leg, there's too many jokes just too many jokes to be made about the size of appendages.
I'm a carpenter in my day job. That's why. That's why. Yeah.
I have to lower the
Big
tone, don't
wood.
I?
My
People get
leg.
disappointed if I don't.
Oh, Christ. But no, like, what do you like about the gym then? Because I don't like it. I don't like being there.
I think it's because I'd never been into the gym. The fact that I could get in there and do it, and I'd got a reason to get up early in the morning.
Okay.
A
Okay.
reason to be up at 4:30, 5 o'clock to go to the gym before work.
That's crazy. That's
Yeah.
that's proper like discipline and like dedication to it. I can't
It
do that.
that Jocko Willing discipline equals freedom thing is really good because he calls it up before the enemy. And you
Okay.
get into work and when they say, "Oh God, I've only been out of bed half an hour," you look and think, "You lazy fuckers! 3 hours ago, I was out of bed, drinking 25 ounces of water, knocking back a black coffee, and then on my way to the gym to work
Yeah.
out."
I mean, it's definitely like a lifestyle thing. I mean, it's if I saw it like a hobby, I'd probably be into it more. But I've started going, once a week. But
Yeah,
I mean, I've only been doing that just kind of like concentrating on muscle groups just to support archery.
yeah,
Uh, because outside of that, I don't really, you know, care how I look in that sense. I'm not trying to be like biggest geezer on the block or anything. But if it can just help me pull a bow, yeah, I'll do it.
yeah. I ain't gonna lie. I've always been a proper chubster, so I did like the changes I saw in myself, and in the gym, I could see things
Yeah,
lifting and getting tighter.
yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, it's cool that when you see like, differences. It is, there is. God, I'm so controversial. I'm just saying, such a hypocrite. I hate it, but I love it as well.
Yeah, yeah,
It's good to do. I just don't like doing it. It's not like a hobby for me. It's more like a work.
yeah.
Whereas you're actually getting a lot of pleasure out of it. So
I did, which is really weird to me. 'Cause like I say, I'd always hated exercise,
yeah,
but once I got into it, it was just like it was a satisfying feeling that I could do this. I could get up every morning and I could go to the gym, and it was something
yeah.
of a buzz.
Okay.
It
I mean,
was
you do get that
it
feeling
was an
of
achievement for me. It was a real achievement being able to get up every morning and drag my ass down there and get something done.
yeah. No, I do get that. I do get that. I mean, I just find it. I mean, when you got music on and you get into it,
Yeah,
not that bad. But I think it's just like my level of like discipline and mentally got to get there because
yeah,
it's like the hardest part for me because it's like just having that motivation to be like, okay, I'm gonna get into my gym stuff. I'm gonna put my trainers on. I'm gonna get my water bottle. I'm gonna
yeah.
hop in the car and get down there. But it's just like. Yeah,
What
that's the hardest bit for me, just getting down there.
I discovered the easiest way for me was to lay out my gym stuff the night before. on the
Okay.
ottoman at the end of the bed. Of course, if I'd have had to go rooting through drawers for it, it'd have been, yeah, fuck it, not today. I'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
So every night I'd have my gym stuff laid out, my shower bag ready,
Yeah.
gym shoes in the bag ready. So it was just downstairs, put the kettle on, neck water, upstairs, into my gym clothes, grab my bag, downstairs, knock down a quick cup of coffee, and out the door.
Yeah. Yeah, no, fair enough. I like the water thing in the morning. They're like proper wakes you up because you trick your brain into like you're drowning. And then
No,
you
that's waterboarding, not drinking water. That's getting waterboarded.
yeah, oh, like, slamming it back. No, I get that.
But I did find to get 25 ounces down first thing, I couldn't do ice cold water. I had to have lukewarm water.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Warm water, like better. Cold water hurts my teeth. Like, it's, sounding like such a liar. Pampered guy.
I find cold water first thing in the morning, it'd like give me stomach cramps.
Yeah,
Then just lukewarm water just went down so easy, no cramps, no nothing.
yeah. I get that. It's just absolutely slam water that way when it's like, room temp.
Yeah.
That's easy. That's easy. Doing cold water, it's like, nah, that's a workout in itself.
Oh
Neck.
God, it is. It is. Anyway, right, this year, your longbow adventures,
Oh yeah, the
they
big change, the big
they have
switch.
been incredible to watch.
Yeah,
Nothing
thank you.
short of incredible. I get so much pleasure out of see. Right, Tim, I nearly said I got so much pleasure out of seeing your shaft in the gold, but that just sounds wrong on a biblical
Ah,
scale.
it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, no, it's long the switch to longbow, who saw that coming? Because last time I was on, I was, slagging off wood bows and like I said I'll never touch like wooden arrows and look at me now. I've gone so far down that rabbit hole that like that's my
That's
new
an
thing.
understatement.
Yeah, no, I went super crazy into trying to master wood arrow fletching in such a quick amount of time. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Oh yeah, I mean it makes sense you do working with wood because you're a carpenter. But to me, sorry, I'm looking away from the camera. I'm just toasting the end of a cigar here.
Yeah, you go for it.
But my normal cigar lighter today has decided not to work, so I'm having to use an orange flame, which
Okay.
I'll have the cigar mafia chasing me down for using a cheap little cheap
Yeah.
disposable lighter with an orange flame, not even a blue flame. Nope. That's better. Blue flame lights it so much nicer. And fuck, the front end of that's hot.
Yeah. Whoa, whoa. Careful, careful. All right.
Yeah. So, what got you wanting to try go with the longbow?
Wow. Bit of a weird one actually, because yeah, at the start of last year, I was, still on my recurve and doing all that sort of
Yeah.
things. Uh, and I was thinking like what my next you know, foray into archery is going to be because I'm not saying I've mastered, the recurve or anything crazy, but I was just thinking like, what can I do next to sort of, keep that fire in me going,
Yeah.
plus it's like on social media, it's like I can only shoot a balloon really far away so many times, before it just gets played out. So I was thinking like, well, what else is there? And I really wanted to be able to get to like the archery GB classifications like going
Yeah.
because if you're in the UK and you're an archer, like archery GB, they have their classification system, and I just wanted to be able to say like I'm a master like in it. And I was looking at everything into it, and being a traditional recurve, I'd have to shoot in the barebow classifications. But then I also got thinking, it's like over the years, I've had so many people say that my style of recurve isn't traditional at all. So I thought, oh, in Great Britain, we have the English longbow, and
Yeah.
that's a recognized traditional discipline. So I thought, oh, if I switch over to English longbow and become a master in that, surely that's the master of, the traditional bow
Yeah.
for my heritage, country, and culture. Like, so I thought, okay, I'll, dip my toes into that. And I started out making my first set of wooden arrows, which were, looking back on it now, quite terrible because they're a very cheap timber. And yeah, I just didn't really know what I was doing with them. I went through so many different forums reading about, how to make them, things to avoid, all that kind of thing. Like wood arrows are an absolute black magic.
Oh God, to me, yeah. Carbons are they're made on a machine. Everything can be super consistent about them. It is pure science. It's like doing maths. Two and two always equals four.
Yeah.
Whereas woodens being purely organic, there are so many variants, so many things that can differ between them that I think you need to understand wood, and
Yeah.
I think you've got to feel a relationship with the wood.
See, I totally agree. Because it's like if I buy 12 gold tip traditional shafts, online, I know I'm
Yeah.
getting 12 good arrows.
Yeah.
If I buy 12 Douglas fir shafts, I might get two. I might get two good ones out of that. And the rest could be warped. They could have like, the worst grain. They could have been machined
Yeah.
terribly. But yeah, it's like I think as a carpenter, where my profession is working with wood, it's like, yeah, I think that's definitely given me a bit of a leg up on, you know, getting to know how to make wooden arrows and then getting them to like the sort of quality I've managed to
Yeah.
so far.
See, there's something I wanted to ask you about you being a master of the wood. Uh, GPI and spine.
Yeah, crazy.
Can is GPI always consistent with spine when you buy woodies, or can you get like
Nah, you'll get different grains, like GPI grains per inch for anyone who's not in the know. So grains per inch will literally just be how heavy that shaft is by how long it is,
yeah,
and that can vary between like how many sets of arrows you buy, even being like the same species, because it would depend on moisture content, how cold, how hot that summer or winter, was.
yeah,
Uh, Everything just about growing seasons and what season it's cut, and then also how long it's had to dry. So you have to take a lot of like that's why anyone who's worth their salt in wood and arrow making, it's why they'll make arrows and literally weigh, spine test, and measure every single arrow out of like hundreds just to
yeah.
get 12. And that's just like getting into like that level of fletching has been absolutely crazy. Just trying to, make 12, good arrows that
Yeah.
actually fly the way you intend them to, you know? That's been crazy.
Of course,
But
you hit the wrong part of a ceramic target, and all that work can be snapped,
oh
can't it?
yeah, yeah. I mean, that was my original thinking. So with my first set of woodies, I made them out of like the like the actual cheapest materials I could use because at that point when I started my longbow journey, I hadn't fully committed. So it was just kind of like a test. So I didn't want to drop, a ton of money on, you know, individually you can pay like arrow manufacturers or archery retailers. You can pay a little bit extra to have them sort the arrows out for
Yeah,
you instead of just giving you 12 mystery shafts and you do
yeah.
all the hard work kind of thing. And I wanted to save some money at the start, so I just kind of bought all the basic stuff just to give it a go and see how I got on. And then it was after. a couple months, and I was like, okay, I'm actually pretty good with a English longbow. I was thinking, okay, I can start sinking some more time and money into
Yeah.
this. But yeah, yeah, no, it's just wooden arrows, absolute witchcraft. It's like my first arrows sucked. They were overspined, they were way too heavy, they were like 11, 30 seconds thick, so they were absolute broom poles, like flying down range, And this isn't, Waldo, you know, clout archery where you're doing like a big rove and just sending the livery weight arrow
Yeah.
out as far as you can. It's like I'm doing target archery, so I'm trying to shoot, target face at 80 meters
Yeah.
with a gigantic arrow. It's not going to work out. But yeah, it was only when I spoke to Carol Edwards, who's like, if you know, you know, she's like an insane longbow woman, especially in field and 3D.
Yeah.
But she said to me, uh, well, yeah, arrows are going to break if they hit the target, like, or you miss. They'll break if you buy cheap arrows. Like, if you buy, expensive good arrows, you're not going to be missing as much. And I was like, oh, that makes sense actually. Like,
Yeah.
pay a bit extra, and they actually hit their mark instead
Get them
of.
as consistent as carbons in spine and weight.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. It's like carbons are just such a doddle now compared.
Oh God, yeah. Like I say, carbons is just maths and science. That's it. There's
Yeah,
once you understand the equation, you're good to go. But like I say, wood being organic, there are so many variables there that I firmly believe you have. It's almost like you've got to be able to talk to the wood, and the wood's got to talk to you, hasn't it?
yeah. Well, I mean, there's just so many weird things in like transitioning to longbow archery that I just never even considered because yeah, all my recurve stuff is carbon fiber or modern material, so I just pack it away in a bag, leave it in a
Yeah.
corner. It's fine. English longbow, I went through so many like forums, discussions, speaking to like, people who've been shooting it for years,
Yeah.
longer than I've been alive, just seeing like, how do you store an English longbow? How do they store it? Because if I lean it against the wall, it's going to bend. Like,
Yeah.
gravity's going to pull down on it. It's an organic material. It's going to change with the humidity and the moisture content in my room I'm storing it in. So it just became like this massive game of how much information can I get quickly to really understand the equipment. So
Yeah.
I started having to like nail, holes into my wall so I can like hang my longbows up so they're like hanging vertically
Yeah.
because that's working for me. But
Well,
then with arrows, I had them just stood up straight in a pipe, and after like 2 weeks, they just absolutely bent in half. Like they were like that. And I was just like, what the fuck? So then,
arrows for shooting round corners.
yeah, they're my corner curve arrow. Ugh. I had to buy this whole new, like, for my nice arrows, like my
Yeah.
nice one, too long making. I bought this case, so they're all like secured at different increments, so they're all secured in the right places.
Yeah.
Oxygen stealing bags in there so it doesn't get moist in there. Like I've done all this crazy stuff just to keep a stick straight. It's crazy. And no one talks about it. No one talks about it online. So having that you know, dig up that information has been that's been a journey in itself.
I mean, we've got a couple of club longbows at Paget for people that want to try longbow.
Yeah.
And somebody been using one the one Saturday afternoon, put it in the bow rack, not realising it's in direct sunlight.
Yeah.
2 hours of that,
Yeah.
somebody realised, unstrung it, and the bow never moved. It just
Yeah.
stayed in the
Yeah. It's
fully
just
strung
been like
position when the
heat
string was
treated to
off.
just be in that shape.
Yeah, that was
It's
just a couple of 3 hours of direct sunlight.
Yeah. I mean, there's just so many little things with it. Like they just make it such a finicky style. But I think that does, just translate for like how much the bowman cares about their equipment. Because the tournaments I've been to, it's only been me and a couple others that would like de-string our bows over the lunch break.
Yeah,
It's just like, guys, it's a really hot day in the summer.
Yep.
You're leaving your bow strung in it, like in direct sunlight. I was just like, I'm there with my bow, just like running for shade, trying to find somewhere I can, hide it, while I eat my sandwich. But yeah, it's just like, I really don't think there's much information out there about, especially like target longbow, because,
Yeah.
so many people doing, war bow and the historical side, which I absolutely love. We'll
Yeah.
get in. But right now, like I'm a target archer. My whole deal is how accurate can I be with the, whatever platform I'm using. And,
Yeah.
right now it's an English longbow, and everyone just seems to think that, oh, English longbow, that's only French killing, arcing it into the sky, seeing how far it goes kind of thing. And it's just like, well, no, and I shoot it differently to everyone else, which again we'll definitely get into.
Yeah. I've only ever had things to do with NFAS and EFA. I've never had anything to do with AGB. But I remember reading a poster one day, I think it was the Archery UK page, and somebody saying a lot of the times the English longbowmen at an AGB tournament can get looked down on a little because they have more fun than anybody else there. You know,
Yeah, no, I can.
everybody else is trying not to miss the gold. The English longbowmen are just trying to hit the target and they're having a bloody good time
Yeah,
doing it, laughing, joking, enjoying themselves, supporting each other.
yeah.
And
There's
apparently,
definitely a camaraderie to it,
yeah, they said
100%.
sometimes you can get a little tutted from everybody else because you're having far too much fun doing what you love doing.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like at one of my tournaments, I got put into a like fun little, end of competition, fun little head to head while they're counting up the scores. And I was just put with three Olympic recurve archers. I'm just like, what's up, guys? Like 50 meters, let's go. And they're trying to like, adjust their sights and their sight blocks.
Yeah.
And I'm just there, just throwing arrows down range, not a care for the win. I'm just going for it. And they're just like, I've shot my three off before they've, finished setting their bows up,
Yeah.
crazy. But, I could see in their eyes, they were a bit like, what the fuck is going on with this dude? Like, this guy's crazy. But yeah, no, I do see that. I mean, the longbow class is very small
Yeah.
in, weirdly enough, in England. Why that? That's so crazy. Uh, I thought that coming into the style, it would have been more popular than it is because at my personal club I shoot at,
Yeah.
uh, there's a good few. I think there's like five of us, which
Yeah.
now knowing after being in it for a little bit now, it's like that is quite a lot for a club. Usually, from hearing it, it's usually by two or three people or one. It's not many people doing it. But I think a lot of people also just had it as like a fun bow as
Yeah.
well. I see a lot of like other archers who like, will specialize in Olympic recurve. They'll just have, a cheapy English longbow just to shoot club shoots with,
Yeah.
just for fun. But again, it's not like they're, trying to do well with it. They're literally just lobbing arrows and having fun, which, all power to them. That's great. But I just wish there was just more people who are just, into trying to be accurate with it
Yeah.
because it's in the name target archery, not, you know,
Not shits and
play
gigs
around and find
archery.
out.
I see
Yeah.
with EFA and NFAS, English longbows really quite popular, and it
Yeah,
does
well, I
seem to
mean,
be
I think
growing.
that's why it's got the distinction in it between English longbow and then primitive, because reading into that, it was a lot of primitive dudes with their, self U or, self ash, just
Yeah.
self longbow, getting quite pissed off with the performance of multi-laminate bows. So they had like a distinction uh, between them because, realistically, a U bow is, same dimensions, same design,
Yeah.
as, Victorian-esque longbow,
Yeah.
but it's just that difference in materials that really sets them apart. And I think that pissed off a lot of people, and that's why they had to sort of have that division in it, and to allow other bow types like, flat limbed and pyramid bows and whatnot, like
Yeah.
loads of tradition types. But
See, I really like the look of those pyramid limbos. Ollie Paget has built an amazing one that it's like a giant canoe paddle.
yeah, no, they look cool. They look
But
cool,
when you shoot it,
man.
if it starts off with a passive brace height of 7.5 inches, when you
Yeah,
shoot it, the active brace height's about half an inch, and no matter how long your arm brace, it
yeah,
takes the skin off the bottom of your wrist and the heel of your
yeah. It'll
hand
whip you.
every single shot.
With that, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you look back to when I started with my longbow, I started off with a very cheap longbow. It was made by Irondale, who I think they used to make longbows for Merlin at some point, uh, like quite a few years back. But he does, pretty good longbows
Yeah,
for like,
there's a few of them at Paget, the Irondale longbows, and everybody said how good they are.
I mean, for 200 quid, definitely lobs an arrow.
Yeah,
Then trying out a bow that's like seven times the price of that, it's like, okay, I can see the difference and I can see why you pay for, multi-laminations and bamboo backing. I can definitely see
yeah,
why all that stuff. But when I was just like getting started with it, I was thinking, okay, well, it's a cheap longbow. I'll see what it's like to shoot, see how forgiving it is, see if I'm actually any good with it.
yeah,
And I was using a bare paw bracer, which only covered about like three
yeah,
inches like, of my wrist, and
yeah,
it's made out of like suede. And the first like few weeks of shooting that bow, I was getting some like horrific shots out of it because it was whipping like this part of my
yeah,
wrist.
yep,
And because, with my recurves and everything, it's like I'm used to quite like a high brace height. But then with longbows, it's like, seeing me shoot it in slow motion, it returns to stick. Like
yeah,
it goes
it
to a
does.
flat stick,
Yep,
and you see that string just whip across, like, and just start lashing my wrist. And I was getting some like not so much like target panic, but I was getting that like, voice in my head being like, this is gonna hurt,
yeah,
like just before a shot, and I'd, whiff the shot about, and
yeah,
that sucked. That actually sucked until I got like a much larger, thicker leather bracer that actually came down and surrounded like proper cups
yeah,
the bottom of my wrist, and it's like, again, I've seen online so many people say, well, if you're getting whipped by a longbow, just jack up the brace height. And it's like, well, now it's really sluggish, and you definitely see like how much cast it loses.
yeah.
Like going from a 5 inch brace height to 7 inch, I lose about 20 meters. And,
Jeez.
in target archery, that's a big difference, especially when you shoot with a high anchor like I do, because, you know, again, I personally find, you know, target English longbow with the Olympic, I find that
Yeah,
too sporty. I was looking at the pictures from the Archery GB Masters, and I was
yeah,
looking at the pictures from the longbow class, and they're all rocking like kisser buttons, doing that kind of like
yeah.
gurn face to like,
Duck face selfie.
and I just saw that, and I was just like, that looks way too sporty for me. So I shoot, how I do my Rico with just high anchor.
Yeah.
It's good fun to do warbow and come all the way back there, but again, that's just like different game. It's just like a totally different game. Uh,
Or
I left it
Warbow
back.
when they're back to full draw behind the ear. It's like, oh yeah, that looks so cool.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I've been trying out, a bit more warbow form like we are speaking about online. Trying out different methods of drawing back has really made it a lot easier because I
Yeah,
do want to do some more warbow stuff after, I achieve master bowman with my target bow. But it's just like Yeah, the lines between longbow and warbow are very defined, I think, within both classes. Because
Yeah.
a lot of people just look at it and be like, "Oh, English longbow, French killer." But then it's like a warbow archer would look at mine and just be like, that's a Victorian bow.
Yeah.
That's not that." And it's a bit like, oh yeah, I mean, there's definitely differences, which again, like the level of craftsmanship that goes into the, making of them, you know,
Yeah.
they're two different bows, really. On a technical level, it is really, really interesting, actually. But
There's a couple of Joe Gibbs war bows and a couple of Joe Gibbs flat bows at Paget.
yeah,
And those war bows, they just look like you've cut down a tree, whittled it into a lovely shape, and stuck a
yeah.
bloody string on it. You know,
Well,
they look as though you
that's
could
the
walk
thing.
up
They're
and
just
down
so
them.
thick.
Yeah, they're huge.
Yeah, it's like at the tournaments I've done, both times I shoot him with a warbow archer, and he's badass because everyone's got their Eastern quivers and their fancy
Yeah.
arrow tassels and everything, and it's just like this guy just came up looking fresh from Agincourt, like he was built for longbow, and he was shooting a 110 pound U bow, and it's like
At a tournament.
that was cool. Yeah, well, he's
Jesus.
he's he's a member of Warfield,
Yeah.
and I'll name drop him. Darren, badass guy. He doesn't always hit the target, but when he does, those arrows do not come out. I was thinking I was getting some like mad penetration pulling 60, and he just comes out with, you know, shooting mini spears, 110 pound balls behind it. Like these
And
were
telegraph poles.
literally, he showed me like the way to remove them from a straw target because like straw bales, like
Mm,
they destroy arrows.
yeah.
But weirdly enough, it's only the longbow shooters that have to shoot at them at tournaments now. So that was pretty crazy, just having those because I like foam. I like
Yeah.
my arrows when they go all the way through the foam. That's
Yep.
really cool. But now warbow arrows versus straw target, they do not come out. It's
Oh,
actually mad.
God. I know I had a lot of stories about like the ACC and the ACE arrows,
Oh
where
yeah,
a tough spot in in a straw target had just snapped the arrow.
yeah,
And if you shoot next to Pro Tours when you're paying 500 quid for a dozen arrows and you only buy them in dozen sets,
yeah.
and you could break three in a competition in those Stramid targets, you think, yeah,
Well, that's the thing I've always heard about. Like, I think it was just like a bit of a joke at the club where it's like, what's one thing that will make a target archer like not want to go to that competition? And someone just like said, "Oh, if everyone's shooting at a straw target," they was just like, "Nah, no way." Like, it's like, okay, okay, big difference, but
yeah.
after shooting them now, it's yeah, I can see why. You know, it's actually at my first tournament, like big tournament, trying to pull out someone else's arrow. I proper sliced like my two draw knuckles on my on my hand when I was pulling out his
Oh,
because everyone's like shooting those like modern bodkins,
yeah.
Uh, these guys, everyone's shooting these.
They do look evil, don't they?
They look cool. They do look really cool,
Yeah.
but they're really pointy. And it was like pulling that arrow out because he was like, "Oh, if you push from back, I'll push out. Pull from behind." We were like free it that way. And because I was like, new kid on the block, I was like, "Okay, I'm pushing," and it just like sliced through my knuckles. So halfway through the tournament, I had to like tape them up, and I was
Shit.
bleeding everywhere, but still shooting. And I was like, okay, this is like my trial by fire.
Yeah.
Kind of like, I was shooting like, I can't remember what distance. So I was shooting, I think it was like 60, 70 meters. Can't remember the round, but I was shooting a long way away
Yeah.
with a crummy bow and crummy underspined two heavy arrows. And I was just like, bleeding hand. I was thinking, I'm fucked. I'm so done. Like, I'm not gonna have any chance at this. But ended up winning that one, so that was cool. That's pretty cool.
The arrows are too heavy when at 70 meters, you look like you're cloud shooting.
Yeah. Yep. I was literally just like all the way up here, just like
Comes in
aim.
like a mortar shell.
Yeah, literally, I'm calling it artillery like on that 70-meter target. And that is like the exact reason why I chose to uh get a nicer bow and
Yeah,
then also put some actual effort into fletching. Because I ordered my nice bow, my really nice black bow from Adrian Hayes.
yeah,
Again, so many, everyone abroad always says how lucky I am with how many great bows I get to select from. But then at the same time, it's like, yeah, but now I've got so many to choose between, and they're all in very competitive kind of like prices.
yeah,
As I said, got a big bonus from work, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna get serious about English longbow. Had my first win and thought like, okay, I can do this. So I then just started like the big research where I was looking at so many different talented bowyers who are all, greatly credited for their
yeah.
work. But it's like I did find that there were on like the longbow forums online, there was just a lot of like I don't know how to put it. It was just like a company loyalty, I guess, like
Yeah,
whatever that is, like product loyalty, where it's like if they bought a bow from Pip Bickerstaff, like they would just be like Bickerstaff all the way. If you don't
yeah.
shoot Bickerstaff, you don't shoot real. And it's like, ooh, like, okay, guys. Uh, but I actually emailed Adrian Hayes and I just said, could you make a black bow? And he was just like, I've never made a bow like that. And I was just like, if you could do it, like, oh, greatly appreciate,
Yeah,
like, you can be my bow, yeah. And he said, yeah. So I was like, okay, I'll go with him. Uh, Absolutely love that bow. That bow is insane. That's my favorite bow now. Like my little custom agent hate. Like we emailed back and forth to get some really insane, like technical details like put into it just to make sure it's an absolute demon on the field.
yeah,
He followed through. Like thing's a beast. It pulls 60 pounds. It's got like the taper on the limb tips
yeah.
are like thinner than my fingers.
So
And
I
then
presume that's going to help the casting. It whips forward a lot.
yeah, yeah. Well, it's just like less weight on the limb
Yeah,
tip, less weight, quicker. So it's not sluggish because my first bow it's like 3 inches thick. Like on the ends of it. Like it's actually like the difference is crazy. Stiffer section in the middle for the tillering, so it's not like a full compass like you'd have with a warbow.
yeah,
It's more Victorian. It's definitely more Victorian, but it just performs so well, especially with like the multi-laminations.
yeah,
And even with that, it's like again, speaking to a lot of like bowyers and other people like in the community, the longbow community, uh lots of varying reasons why someone would choose a laminate, like more laminations in a
yeah,
bow. So they're just like a, a two laminate. So it's like the first one is a two laminate. That's a hickory and ipe,
yeah,
which is a pretty basic recipe for an English longbow with a D-shaped cross section.
yeah,
But yeah, when I was researching like what would the perfect amount of laminations be, because I'm an insane person. A lot of people were just saying they were decorative. And coming from a carpentry background, if I'm doing a lamination or a lamella kind of build, is you have more laminations because then you switch the grain. So
yeah,
then different humidities and temperatures, it reduces warping.
yeah,
So I realized like no one was talking about that. A few people were saying it, helps with uh, not taking a set as quickly, not following
yeah.
the string. But then I think a lot of bowyers these days just do like a weird reflex in the middle, so it's like bending away, and then when
Yeah.
you shoot, it becomes like a normal D-shaped bow. But shooting my Adrian Hayes for so long, it has not taken like any set. It's still straight, and I check it before and after I shoot, and
Yeah.
it's just still straight, and I use it a lot. Whereas my first bow, quite crooked now, quite crooked. It looks like a banana.
Got quite a bit of string follow.
Yeah, it's followed the string, and it may it's not always end of the world,
Yeah.
but it does just affect the performance of it, especially when you push out further distances. Because I'm going for performance at the end of the day, so I want
Yeah.
a high performing weapon in my hands, to be able to do that with. I'll
Well,
let you speak. I was spoken for fucking ages. Say something. Say something.
you've got to educate me here because I've never had anything to do with AGB and that side of archery. What
Yeah.
is a master bowman qualification?
Okay, so in recurve, barebow, and compound, and longbow, there are certain distances and certain like rounds that you have to shoot. And if you hit a certain score,
Yeah.
uh, I think from like the beginner like archer tier to bowman tier, I think you have to do it 3 times in like an official competition.
Yeah.
But then if you want to go for master, you've got to do it 6 times. Uh, So for longbow, to get master bowman classification, I've got to shoot a score, a certain score,
Yeah.
at 70 meters 6 times at competition, or a score at like a York round, which is like 90, 60, whatever.
Yeah.
And you do that 6 times as well. And then you can claim master bowman. So it's about just, hitting good scores like
Yeah.
consistently. But the thing is, with English longbow, the shortest distance you can do that with is 70 meters. So it's like,
Shit.
yeah, for outdoors. I mean, indoors, it's like you can do indoor, master bowman. Uh, but I don't really think that goes with the brand of being the trad sniper, being indoor sniper. That's like
40 centimeter face at 20 yards.
Yeah, and it's like, I definitely want to do, I try and get to the indoor nationals next year for
Yeah.
longbow, especially now I'm feeling more confident in my ability with it. Uh,
Oh, I think you've frozen there. He has. We've got a frozen sniper. I'm going to have to fill in here, aren't I? So I've got. What the hell do I say when you're in the middle of a conversation and the sniper freezes? Hang on a minute. Let me just. I'm going to have to grab my phone here and drop him a message. Hang on. Hang on. Right, let me just drop the man a message. Sorry about this, folks. I'm getting really into this. See, every day is a school day for me, especially when you talk to people that shoot different classes, different styles. Oh, I think I've lost him. Hang on. What I'm going to do then. Hang on. Just send this to him. And I'm just going to pause this recording a second.
Tilted with boredom. Oh,
Right, that's it. We're back again.
okay.
Actually, that was very nicely timed. Yeah, and I just can't imagine trying to consistently shoot I understand shooting like a man, a night-sized target at 90 yards, but it's got to be
Yeah.
so difficult.
Yeah,
Popping
especially
out.
colored face.
Yeah, because I mean, those coloured faces they're made in those colours apparently, so they're harder to focus on
Yeah, I'm pretty
rather
sure
than
we
the
spoke
black
about
and
it
white
last time,
sniper
how it's just
faces.
like impossible to aim at because it's just like, pretty sure last time I said it's like a cuttlefish doing that weird like
Yeah.
strobe lighty thing with its like camouflage. It's like, yeah, I do find it, even at the best of times at like 30 meters close range, it's like, the colors being that close together, is very distracting. And then when it gets further away on a really sunny day, it's
Yeah.
like you can't see it. Like it's really hard to just like look down there and shoot.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think with longbow, it depends on like which way you shoot as well. Because I don't know. I think you mentioned it with Maddie when you guys briefly touched on longbows. Like I heard you guys talk about that, and I was like, yeah, like. But it's like there's so many different ways to shoot an English longbow in like a target setting because there's either, you know, gap shooting, which is essentially what I'm doing. Uh, I'm sure you've seen it where people have like the little rubber band on
I've
their
heard
limb.
about that. They use it almost like a sight, don't they?
Yeah, so they use it like an artillery mortar, like kind of sight. So that
Yeah.
they'll draw like a ruler with low little markings for the distances marked out on the back of the limb.
Yeah.
Then they'll rub that like O-ring or a rubber band up it. And then when they're at full draw, they'll put the rubber band like, in line, like offset with the gold.
Yeah.
And then it's just kind of like, that's essentially using like a sight.
Yeah.
There's a really crazy way, which again, it really didn't sit well with me, and that's using a ground marker. So, oh, okay, I can see
Right.
you don't know what that
That's
means.
confused me.
Okay, so you know about like point on
Yeah.
with, yeah. So if someone builds their bow, like they build their setup for, 70 meters,
Yeah.
and then you've got to shoot a lower distance as
Yeah.
part of that round. Uh, if you don't know your gaps and know where to shoot,
Yeah.
uh, how are you going to do it? If you've got like a massive gap from 70 to 50 meters,
Yeah.
what they'll do is they'll put like an object. So I've seen people use golf balls, a little like cuddly toy, something like that. They'll put that at like the 30-meter mark in front of
Damn.
the target. They'll line it up with the target face. So then when they come down, they put their point on that cuddly animal or
Yeah.
whatever that ground marker is, and then they just, that should put the arrows on target.
Yeah.
That was really weird seeing that in person. And it's a bit like quite literally like walking on eggshells when you're at a English longbow tournament. Because
Yeah.
if you're with people who are putting ground markers down in front of your target, you've got to not kick it over, while you're walking up to the target to get your arrows. And it's like, if someone's using something small like a chess piece, because that's Zany Wild,
Yeah.
like I'm not going to see that, like, as I'm stomping through the grass, but it's so crazy. Uh, and then that's like instinctive, for
Yeah.
shooting. But it's like even the greatest instinctive shooters of all time have said like, it's good but not great for tournament shooting. I'm pretty sure Fred Bear said that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like so many crazy ways of shooting English longbow accurately. So
So
it
yeah,
is,
that's still spinning my head out.
yeah,
You can
I'll
put
see if I can
ground
like,
markers out.
I don't even think there's like videos of it online either. I'll see if I can like find you pictures or something to like show you. But it's really weird. It's basically instead of knowing, gap shooting is knowing your gaps and knowing like 50 meters point on, 60 meters, or 2-inch hold. Over, and then like I don't know, 30 meters, 2-inch hold underneath. It's like
Yeah.
you'll know your gaps and you'll have it ingrained in your brain. You'll be like, okay, this distance I aim at black top of black ring
Yeah.
or bottom of blue ring. You'll know that. But if it's a massive difference, then your arrow point's going to be in the grass. So
Yeah.
that's why they put something that's in line with the target to kind of offset offset that, but it's so weird.
See, that really doesn't seem like cricket, does it?
Nah, nah, not that kind of ground marker.
No, you know what I mean. It's kind of not in the spirit of archery, if you know what I
But
mean.
that's the thing, it's quite sporty. And I was speaking to, some other longbowmen, I know from Instagram, and I was talking to them about these little things I've seen in person that, kind of like the lengths people will go to get any sort of technical advantage, like in the field.
Yeah,
There's you know how with bare bow, any kind of like target rig, it's like you want it to be heavy,
yeah,
so you hold it steadier. It's
yeah.
like
More stability on a heavier bow.
yeah, it's like how do you increase the stability of a stick? Because the way my longbow weighs about 2 pounds, it
Yeah,
doesn't weigh that much. Um, but I've seen people that have like there was one guy at a tournament who had like a pouch in the this part of his glove, and he had filled it with like lead weights. So he's holding his bow like steadier because he's got all this lead, in his hand.
yeah,
And I was thinking, that's crazy. Like sort of the level people are, going to get any sort of like advantage they can with, you know, shooting a stick. It's really weird.
yeah.
And that I find too sporty, for my taste. So that's that, I shoot with, a high anchor up here, and I've just built a set of arrows that can be point on at 70 meters. You know,
That's
that's
insane.
going to be my plan for getting master bowman. I've just built a setup that's perfect for 70 meters, and now
Yeah,
I'm just waiting for the competitions now. Uh, but yeah, no, I'm really excited for next year's outdoor season, especially now I'm being recognized more at it as well because people see the black bow and they want to come ask questions, which is, you know, pretty weird because I didn't, paint my bow black to, you know, get attention. It was just more of like again, it was something
print my
like,
bow. It looks fucking badass.
well, yeah, I mean, I just like it because I'm pretty sure I said to you last time, I'm very particular how like wood grain looks for me.
Yeah,
And having lots of different colored wood grain next to each other, I personally don't like it. So I just wanted to paint it all black so
yeah.
it's hidden. And that's just a bit of a tongue-in-cheek thing because the amount of people that are like, no, like that wood grain, you've hidden it. Like it was beautiful, and now you've hidden it. It's a bit like a like, like to those guys. Uh, but I just like it. I know where I am on the shooting line, so I just like look down at it, see the black bow,
Yeah,
done. I've only had one person call up a judge to basically say they don't think it's traditional because he he thought the backing was fiberglass, and I was like, "That's bamboo, dude! Like, look at it." And then he had a closer look. He was like, "Oh, okay. I thought it was just like a fiberglass rod, with two bits of horn on either end, kind of thing." And I was just like, if you look really close, you can see like the wood grain, and you can
yeah,
see where it's like darker and lighter from like the Paduk to like the Ipe. You can see the slight reddishness in the
yeah.
black. But again, it was just like I've never had like a judge come up to me and be like, let me look at that. It's like, huh? Like, okay, like
I mean, did you look at
good
him and
thing.
say, "Is it because it is black?"
Yeah, yeah. Discrimination. What are you doing? Leave my bow alone. You know. But I don't know. I've just become this like I don't know. I'm in my goth era now, I guess. It's like all my equipment's blacked out. I think it looks cool.
You've got to have
I
your
don't
spiky
like.
Doc Martens now, haven't you?
Well, I used to be really into Doc Martens, but now I'm a Timberlands boy. Like
Ah,
made the switch.
it'll be
But
North Face next.
yeah, oh, but no, it's just like I don't know. I've had a little bit of heat about how I look at competitions. It's like you've seen my quiver system, and it's just like a
Yeah,
medieval medieval style arrow bag that I've Frankenstein into, functioning like a quiver. And I've just had like people just come up to me and, very, very snooty up class people just been like, what is that? And it's just like a quiver. And they're like, oh, are you like a reenactor? And I was like, no, I
No.
just, if you're shooting an English longbow, it's like you might as well look the part.
Yeah.
I think anyway. I think seeing like a fancy, you know, if you're wearing all white and a chest guard and a little bucket hat with a little Eastern quiver, all brightly colored and everything, and you shoot an English longbow, I think it just looks a bit funny. Personally, that's my own taste. It's like someone probably looks at me and says like, "Oh, dude wearing black with a mustache. Who's this guy think he is? Opinion? Ooh." I think it's just how I am. It's like one thing I was hoping like you spoke to Maddie about, but you didn't, was did you see her back quiver or whatever at one of the 3D comps? It was just after NFAS like made it against the rules to like carry your kids on backpacks.
Oh.
She wore one of those like baby carrier backpacks with like a dolly like in it. And she carried that around the course as like a subtle dig at them. And it's just
Yeah.
like I love shit like that. That's badass. That's right up my alley.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah.
I don't wear club shirts, to shoots either because I don't,
Yeah.
my club's not particularly into me, So it's like, what wear. I wear
You
I wear this.
joking?
I wear my
You're
black
their
shirt.
most famous member?
Now I keep that hidden from them. I don't want them knowing. They're too, you know, fuddy-duddy, about it. I don't want to, you know, leak leak that information to them. Oh no, this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, that's the thing. It's like
I
doing club
don't do
shooting.
many shoots, but I will. Okay, I'm honestly, I'm proud of my club, so I'll wear a club shirt.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like if I had a club that was like, as happy to have me as I was, to be there, it's a bit
Yeah,
like, different story. But having people just be a bit snide, on the shooting line because I look a bit different to them, it's not great.
no,
Come on, guys, we're all shooting archery, like let's have fun, you know. But I think it is just because it's like I'm fresh kid on the block with it. It's like I've gone from being the only trad shooter at the club to now, one of the the only longbowman that
yeah.
competes and wins. So I think they just kind of like knocks them down a peg, especially when they're just like, oh, look how we did in the club shoot between three longbowmen. It's like, okay, well, I also had a big tournament and won, and I'm just getting like spoken down to.
Yeah,
I mean, I am the youngest guy there by like good 30 years, but
Jesus.
yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing is, I think I want to see more people like my age and like younger getting into it.
Yeah,
Because it does seem like a bit of like a older demographic kind of bow.
yeah,
Not gonna lie, I would like at every tournament I've been to, it's like I've been like the youngest guy there by miles. And then if I do see like I met a couple that are like around my age, and I'll be like, super overly friendly to them because I'm like, oh, longbow friend, longbow friend. Like
yeah.
they're a bit like, what the fuck is this guy
Twins.
doing? Yeah, yeah, friends, friends. You're like me. No, I do
Is
love the
anybody
longbow.
truly like you?
Eh, mm, I don't know. I absolutely love the community though. The community is so like, especially like the more historical guys, like
Yeah,
they're a proper band of brothers. I love those guys. Love
yeah,
those guys to death. Like, I met up with uh, a follower from the States. You may have seen on my Instagram. Uh, yeah, Brian came all the way from the US to have like a family holiday in the south of England, and I met up with him to go to the Mary Rose Museum, and that was
yeah.
badass. Like, that was
Oh,
so
yeah, I saw
cool.
that.
Yeah,
That looked
yeah. No,
really
he's a
good.
giant guy as well. He's like 6'5", and I've seen him shoot his bow, and it's like, some absolute monster bow. But it's again so cool that a dude from like halfway around the world, came to my little island, and we
Yeah.
went to a little museum, on the coast, and I just had a great time, just speaking everything Longbow, because he's a really good fletcher as well. That he specializes in like medieval style livery arrows. So seeing like his level of fascination with, all the artifacts from the Mary Rose was like,
Yeah.
it's just something you get because I'm there from like, I fletch, but I'm not like that level of like historical reproduction kind of
Yeah.
fletching. And it's like, the kind of discussions we we're having from like a high performance shooter uh to someone who's a high performance like Fletcher kind of thing,
Yeah.
having those kind of like, why did they do this? Why did they do that? You can't get that anywhere else, honestly. Like that's like Longbowman, we good community, really strong, really good.
Is it quite unusual to find somebody from the States that shoots English longbow? Because, I mean, their
No,
definition of a
actually.
longbow is totally different to ours, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's like in the States, longbow is, what we call American flatbow,
Yeah.
shocker. Shocker the English take pride in English longbow. Crazy. Like, but there's actually quite a lot of bowyers and, reenactment enthusiasts,
Yeah.
just history enjoyers, from
Yeah.
the States that love English longbow. Like, I've only met them like online and, thankfully in person a couple of times.
Yeah.
Um, but they do have a really strong little community out there. Yeah, it's small, but they're really strong and they really stick together and they're all about like, helping each other out. Because uh, the guy I met, Brian, he had a traditional shoot in a different state where one of his friends who's a bowyer was.
Yeah.
But, imagine trying to take a 6 foot stick, you know, in a plane or a train or, anywhere going to be quite difficult.
Yeah.
So that bowyer actually like made him a bow to use for that competition,
Oh, wow.
for him to come down. So it is really like a band of brothers kind of community. And I do really like it because I've not found that kind of like level of community like yet, to be, frank.
Yeah.
Proper good.
That sounds
Proper
really
good
good, that
lads.
does. See, I mean,
Yeah.
I said for 2025, I'm going to split my shooting.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to keep compound for EFA where we're shooting out to 80. 'Cause I love shooting my compound, but the conversations I've had makes
Yeah.
me want to play with a single string bow as well.
Is it just like too overly technical? And you're just like, I've had enough. Like,
No, I still
no,
love shooting it, but there is something appeals about the simplicity of single string. I've thought about it before,
yeah, but
but
that's the
it's
trap. That's the trap, dude.
yeah. Well, I was talking to a guy named Greg Kraus on Instagram after
Okay.
the episode with Maddie, and he said he
Yeah.
used to shoot exclusively compound. Then he shot compound and trad side by side for about 15 years,
Okay.
and then just found he didn't pick his compound up. It was always a trad bow he
Yeah.
went for. I think a lot of it with me is the few times I've played with a trad bow, I've tried to shoot instinctive and I haven't got that hand-eye coordination for throwing.
Okay.
If I've tried working out a gap, I
Yeah.
do it, but then part of me thinks, well, hang on a minute. If I'm using the point of the arrow as a sight, why don't you? I'll just stick to using the sight on my compound.
I don't know. Nah, I don't make that correlation. I mean, you know, it's like, yeah, there is definitely a simplicity to uh, single string bows, but
Yeah.
again, you can go down the rabbit hole as much as you want.
Oh
It's not
yeah.
like I can imagine with a compound, it's like if you're looking for a new site, you're going to be going absolutely AWOL, crawling up the walls, going like through forum to forum, finding out each and every technical spec,
Yeah.
comparing it, and then having to do like, Dr. Plutonium science like in your head, to think, am I going to spend 60 quid on this site or 70 on that one? Like, whatever. So I do get that. Oh, I'll just shoot two sticks in a string and that'll be fine. But then you end up like me and floating arrows in the bathtub to see which way the grain floats,
Yeah.
to get that level of accuracy out of them. Is you can go into it as much as you want. Uh, but no, I do, we've spoken about it before. There's like a load of compounders that just have a trad bow to either like relax shoot or just kind of like train those back muscles to holding tension like a bit
Oh
more,
yeah.
because it's like if you're pulling a compound with, 6% let off, it's like you're only holding, so much of that weight. So
Yeah.
if you're pulling that back on a recurve or a longbow, it's like you're actually training those muscles to hold that weight, a little bit
Oh
better.
yeah. If I pull a trad bow back, all of a sudden holding my compound back, it's nothing. So I mean, my elite's at 62 pound, 80% let off. So that's what 12.4 pounds I'm holding at full draw.
That's crazy. That's I want to when I pull back, I want to feel it. That's
Yeah.
what I do. Like heavy for a trad bow, well, for
Yeah.
a target bow. That's another thing. That's one thing I wanted to like touch on. Is being in a bow class that's so close to a historical discipline where
Yeah.
the English longbowman pulling 100 to 180 pounds,
Oh
and
yeah.
then it's like I'm pulling 60. I found myself being a bit like, it does get a bit wiener measury, not gonna lie. It's just because then it's like, oh, should I be pulling more? But
Yeah.
then it's like, I've just got to ground myself and just be like, my bow being 60 pounds pull, like I could take any, large game in America. Like
Yeah.
that's not a draw weight to snuff at. So that's why I'm like, more focused on like accuracy.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, I've seen so many people online just be like, they'll snuff off the humble longbow and just say that's a crummy artillery weapon for a bygone, age, and it's no skill. It's just pull back and let it rip. You can't be accurate with stick, But then when I get 2 hours touching at 50 meters in the 10, that's pretty cool.
That's damn
Don't,
cool.
don't ask where the other one went, but if the other two in the 10 touching,
What
that's
what
really
happened to the
cool.
third one is those two have opened the hole up. The third one went between them,
Yeah, went through
right
that hole.
through the back of the target.
Yeah, totally ignore me pulling out the one ring in the white. Right? Um, but yeah, no, I mean that's has been like my fascination with English longbow 'cause people just dog on it so much because it's like, it's a stick. It literally is just stick. Uh,
Yeah, but if you can be good with a longbow, you can be good with anything. Because I mean, it's one of the least forgiving bows there is, isn't it?
well, yeah, it's I don't know, it's really weird. I just feel like I've got like some kind of like affinity to it because I took to it like duck to water.
Yeah,
So once I started getting the hang of it after like the first like couple of weeks, I was like, okay, I see what this is about, and I can definitely use like my crazy brain to like,
yeah,
really mold it into something accurate. And it's like I'm not doing anything crazy. I'm shooting, the way I have for like any bow, but I'm still getting really good results out of it, which I find, really satisfying.
yeah,
But it is cool to pull, warbow back. It's like the other week when I was shooting my other bow, shooting it warbow style, it was like cranking up to like 75 pounds at full
yeah,
draw. Even with like my big winter coat, but I sent like a big heavy arrow 200 meters, and I was just like, whoa, like that was, surprising for like a
yeah.
sluggish bow. Like I was thinking, that's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy doing that. But
There is something challenging about drawing a heavy bow, though. And I said I want to get to be able to draw over 100.
yeah,
The farthest I've got, I can get an 80 pounder to 30 inches, and I can get a 90 pounder to 29 inches.
yeah,
I eventually want to be able to get a 100 pounder to the 30 inches, you know, where the tip of the back of the piles
Yeah,
against your finger.
yeah.
I want to get to there, but it's easier to do it in summer when the weather's warmer, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but then it's
Muscles aren't
also
freezing.
yeah, and it's easier on the bow as well because warmer weather makes the bow more supple, so
Yeah,
it bends a lot easier. Whereas doing it in winter, it's like not great for the bow. It's like that's why I've been avoiding shooting in temperatures like sub 5 degrees because otherwise I know it's just like putting the bow on the chopping block. I know it's gonna fuck it up in the long run.
well, I've been told that about U-bows. Apparently, U-bows, if you shoot them below 5 degrees, whether it's true or whether it's an old wives' tale, I don't know. But
Yeah.
if you shoot a U-bow below 5 centigrade, it's not if it snaps, it's when it snaps.
See, I've seen a lot of like self bow like snap videos, like and that's just from like bowyers, in Baltic states, like testing their bow out that they've just
Yeah,
built, or just like there's like funny like stills of them like at full draw after they finish making it, and it's just like popped. And I've seen things like that, but I think it's quite well known that it's like cold temperature, like extreme heats are just not good for wood.
yeah,
It's like argument of like the best yew growing in like the Mediterranean because it's got like really cold winters, really hot summers. So then
yeah,
the grain's tighter and closer together. Uh, it could just be bad wood. Not every bit of wood's gonna, make a, great bow. Uh, but it's like weird little things like that is I'm taking more on board because realistically, there's not that much technical information online.
yeah,
Like probably the most technical handbook on English longbow archery I found was from like the 1800s from Horace Ford. You know, why am I having to dig out some crusty old book from the 1800s to get something a little bit more technical, about a style that's still shot today? There's just not many people talking about it, which
yeah.
again,
And it's
really weird.
such a Victorian name, isn't it? Horace Fort.
Yeah, well, dude had like a big great mustache, but he's basically like a granddad of like modern target archery. Like
Yeah,
he was insane at it. And it's a lot of his teachings in that book that resemble modern day Olympic because he like basically got this to catch on.
yeah,
Because, back in that day they didn't really use recurves for, you know, Victorian target archery. It was still, English longbow.
yeah,
But he was developing like the groundwork for what Olympic shooters use today. And again, very interesting, very cool to research that and see where all the points
yeah,
connect. And then I'm reading through it and picking out bits that apply to how I shoot, and then I can manipulate my stuff, my technique, my form, to implement parts of that because I'm sure I did a post about it. It's just things like holding the bow. It's like if you're holding a war bow, you want to have your hand like that because
yeah,
you're pushing against that bow.
yeah.
But if you do that for an English target bow, you've just lost 2 inches on your draw.
Bloody hell. Yeah,
Because
of
if you think
course.
about where your wrist is there,
Yeah, it's
there,
hang on, where am I? It's folding back, isn't it?
yeah. So you
Yeah,
lose 2 inches on your draw. So now your arrow that you've built to be point on 70 meters
yeah,
is now dropping, quite a bit shorter than that
yeah,
because you've just taken 2 inches off your draw length. So in his book, it's all about like this kind of locking your hand down with your thumb,
yeah,
and it's more death grip, pistol grip, which, you, as you know, everyone these days is like, don't do that. That's,
yeah,
talking the bow, but, weird little things like that. Old as time, but you wouldn't really consider it. Like, I've never seen anyone else talk about how to hold English longbow
yeah.
in that
I
way because
I think it was Johnny Bucket's 70 pound bow I was shooting, and I held it like I'd hold my compound
yeah,
like that.
yeah, a little pinch grip.
And of course, when you release the bow, that goes because the limbs on my compound are like that. They move like that.
Yeah.
They come up. You get very little forward movement.
Okay.
And of course, with a longbow bending like that, there's a
Yeah.
lot of forward movement. So I've got
Yeah.
this little pinch grip, let this shot go, and the bow just flies
Yeah. It just
straight out through my
jumps. It just
fingers.
jumps. And there's so much like mastery to it.
Yeah,
And it's like, there's just so many things that just, to me are now like common knowledge. And when I'm on the shooting line at a tournament, I'm just looking at how everyone's doing like their thing. And
yeah.
I've seen some really interesting draw cycles from other longbowmen. You know, mine's pretty, bread and butter, pretty simple.
Yeah.
But I've seen people where even for like a 30 pound, quite light poundage bow, they'll like really row back and then
The
like
rolling shoulder
contort their
warbow
body.
draw.
And it's just like, they're not doing that like you would with a warbow because they're trying to get that much weight back,
Yeah,
but they're doing that to seat their back muscles in the way that feels like most comfortable for them.
yeah.
So you definitely see a lot of, uh, variation in how people shoot, English longbow, but it's so interesting to see it like in person because everyone's different. Like, it's really interesting.
Well, that link to that video I sent you that Tom Clum did that seminar in Kalamazoo.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
He's the first person I've heard talk about locking the scapula against the spine.
Yeah,
So when the shot breaks, you, your scapula is not going to slam into the spine and cause impingement. I mean, I got a really good slow motion video of John releasing letting a shot out of his warbow.
yeah,
Christ, the body shock in that is so violent.
yeah.
You know,
Rattles, yeah.
110 pound warbow, and it's like is exploding as that shot goes.
Oh, yeah.
And
I
you
mean,
think that kind of weight, if that scapula is not locked against the spine, that slam, it's you can see why Tom Clum Senior says over time you get a lot of folks with shoulder impingement because they're just slamming into the spine with the scapula.
yeah. Well, I mean, I know quite a few old boys who still shoot warbow for like roving, and you still see them at roving shoots, with
Yeah,
their white hair. So it's, there's definitely warbow is definitely more technique, but it's like
um,
again, it's a bit weird doing warbow technique in front of, modern archers because it's like
yeah,
when you're that far back, coming behind your ear
yeah,
on the draw, you can't rely on back tension to, if I'm here and I'm relying on back tension, it's gonna yank
yeah,
it back, and a bad release nowadays would be plucking,
yeah,
because that's not back tension. That is.
yeah,
But if you're already back here, where can your hand go? Like you can't go any further back. So that's why a lot of warbow shooters like pluck out.
yeah.
They release because that's only direction they can get their fingers out of the way.
But I presume that rolling shoulder is putting your scapula against the
Yeah,
spine,
it's
isn't it?
it's getting it like locked in there.
Which
And
is how they've got that longevity to shoot warbows for so long.
yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. It's like again, people online, they're always like, "Oh, you never see an old person shooting warbow." It's like, well, you do. You're just not out there shoots, So you wouldn't see them,
Yeah.
But it
Well,
is,
one of the guys at Paget, he'd retired before he went from shooting a standard English longbow to a warbow. And after he'd retired, he went up to
yeah,
shooting over £100. So it's doable
yeah, no, it is
if you do
doable.
it.
It is 100% like a form thing. Like there's such a technique to it. It's like I've been shooting 60 for a good long while, uh, but then trying out one of Joe Gibbs' techniques where it's like you kind of imagine like you're doing like a pull down bar.
Yeah.
And you squeeze your shoulders together. If you do that as you're drawing, I found that way easier than rolling shoulder. And I was pulling back 75, like it was a 30 pound bow, like, and
Yeah.
that was pretty crazy, So it is entirely technique because, uh, Todd and Joe did that video recently where it's like they got that
The
javelin.
130 pound EK archery compound.
No, not that one. Not that one.
Ah,
He's we'll get to that compound because I'm sure that's right up your alley. But they got a javelin thrower, like a competitive javelin thrower who's never like touched a war bow. But
yeah.
in one session, they got him shooting, I think it was like 115 pounds.
Jesus.
And it's all in the technique. And because that javelin thrower already had like a, good level of base strength, from, being a competitive athlete,
Yeah.
it's only, you know, getting shown the correct way of doing that technique is actually doable because
Yeah.
you know how it's like with, if you go on any Facebook group or forum, it's always just like, okay, if you're going to go up in poundage, you're going to do SPTs, you've got to go up in 2 pound increments
Yeah.
every like 3 months, don't jump into heavyweight straight away, you won't be able to handle it. And it's like, yeah, for like target archery, but for warbow, it's like you can start off pretty heavy
Yeah.
as long as you have like the right forward technique for it. And that's what, you know, the practice is. It's not, warbow isn't can I hit the target at that range? It's more about can I get this weight back? That's what
Yeah.
it's more about. That's why roving's cool because it's, you know, getting the bow back. It's not hitting that tree at 400 meters. It's
Getting a bow back, pointing it skyward, and just letting it fly.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Did you see Joe's video yesterday of him doing a flight test of that 130 pound compound?
Yeah, with a 900 odd grain arrow, and he's still got
Yeah.
488 yards out of it.
Yeah, that's fucking
I
crazy.
mean, what? Compound are a minimum 5 grains per pound. So what? 130 pound to be 650 grain arrow.
Yeah, well, I saw someone in his comments was like, you should do like a flight arrow build for it.
Yeah.
Tiny little Fletchers,
650 grain, inch and a quarter fletchings, and just let them go.
Yeah, that would just go like, I don't know, 550 meters, I
Farther
reckon.
than that, I'm sure there was somebody in the States went over 600 yards with a 60 pound compound and flight arrows.
Okay.
So he'd be putting stupid distances in with that thing.
Yeah. I did see this really cool video on YouTube of a guy doing yeah, it's like he was doing, he's going for the world record of flight. Uh, but he's using a foot bow, which is like a little composite, like it's a horn and sinew composite bow that's about like 40 inches knock to knock. It draws 200 pounds, and he's got this like whole like little crossbow mechanism. So he pulls it with his feet and his
Was it
hands.
him and his daughter?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah,
But you
that,
those
that's an
tiny little,
awesome video.
yeah, that's a cracking video. That's, it's well filmed, looks great, really interesting. But it's like his little arrows are just like solid carbon rods with
Yeah.
little razors as the fletchers
Oh,
because
yeah.
they're like more efficient than a feather. And it's just like that's so
Well, actually,
crazy.
you're not going to get the flutter off those. It's going to create more drag
Yeah,
and rob energy out of the arrow, are you? That
yeah.
a razor
It's
blade is just literally going to hold its shape and not flutter, make it
yeah,
so
it's just
much
a
more
few
energy
microns
efficient.
of steel.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
that was. I saw that a couple of 3 months ago, and I thought that just looked such good fun because they were going for the world record, weren't they?
Yeah, I think it was like 40 meters out from it. So he was, quite close.
Yeah,
But it was then like the guy who holds the record like died, so he's like that information of how to do that went with that guy. So
yeah.
he's trying to like pick it
Reverse
up and
engineer everything.
yeah. Like again, super interesting. It's like I've never done I don't think I'm ever going to do footbow, you know. If other people do it, that's really interesting. That's more,
Yeah,
information for me to, stow away in my mind,
yeah.
really cool stuff.
Oh yeah, I love. I say I love watching all forms of archery. There's
Yeah,
just something so addictive about the flight of the arrow. It's
yeah,
and then you get things like your bloody orc arrows with that mega heavy helical on the feathers.
Oh yeah. Well,
They,
I'm thinking about doing like a wooden version, and I was speaking to quite a few different like arrow shaft machiners, like Dallas Archery. I was speaking to him about it because I was
yeah.
thinking I want to make like an absolutely insane arrow for like indoor competition. So I'm thinking about making a like a barreled half-inch arrow
Ooh.
with heavy helical. So when I shoot it at like 18 meters, it screams. Because I had like another archer be like, "That's not against the rules," and you could use that as like a horrible advantage, to throw off other people. And it's like, well,
Pheasant feathers. Pheasant feathers.
yeah, I remember you saying
Yeah.
for the others like have a like a crate. They make a crazy sound.
As I go down range.
Yeah. Okay. Where do I get them? Where do I get them? Imagine those with my level of helical on it.
Well, you're in Surrey. There's bound to be some sporting shoots going round there.
Yeah. Yeah. No, sorry. Yeah, I could probably find some pheasant feathers.
In
Yeah, I
fact, there's a
might look
Facebook
into that.
there's a Facebook group called Giving Up the Game.
Oh, okay.
Their
I
folks
need
will
to find it.
either give away game that they don't want, or they'll offer it for really good prices.
Yeah. Okay.
And get pheasant 50 pence a piece.
Yeah. Well, they're not going to use the feathers. I'll be like, hey, what are you doing with them flight feathers, buddy?
Yep. There's a lot of folks have them for dream catchers and stuff like that for crafting.
Okay. No, that's fair enough. I mean, you've seen with my kit, I use some really weird bits for
Yeah.
decoration. On my squirrel tail, so my rabbit hide purse, you know.
Oh, stuff like that's just so seriously, seriously cool, though, isn't it?
Well, it's just different, It's different. I like it. Squirrel's my family sigil, so it just makes sense to me to have a bit of squirrel on my kit somewhere.
Yeah.
Looks cool. Rule of cool. Looks good, shoots good. I'm happy with it.
Exactly. Pimp my kit.
Yeah, yeah, no, exactly. I mean, it's like I'm such a proponent for just like customize your own stuff. Like
Oh yeah,
I've seen one guy who painted like all these like runes on the back of his longbow. Just looks fucking cool. Looks
yeah.
badass. Makes me jealous.
See, I thought when I'm just getting down the single string rabbit hole now, and I
Yeah.
thought it'd be a lot simpler than compound. Like bollocks, is it?
I mean, again, it's just
It
how
is.
far you want to go down the rabbit hole. Like that's entirely it.
I want to be competent at it.
Oh yeah, it's like I mean I know you like mentioned about how you don't have the hand-eye coordination for instinctive, but that's purely a it's purely a learned skill. It
Yeah,
is a practice. Practice makes progress kind of thing. It's not
yeah,
practice makes perfect. It's practice makes progress because it's like I shot instinctively for a really long time, but I'll give up my secret method. One arrow, just do one arrow. Like just at like different distances, just put like a tiny little ball or something just in the middle of the target and just shoot one arrow, go and collect it. Because that time you're walking back and forward, like you're replaying that shot in your head and
yeah,
you're just like downloading that information and then it makes it work a bit harder. Your brain's like, I don't want to do that walk, I want to be able to hit it.
yeah.
So I for the longest time, I was just shooting one arrow per target and then just collecting, and that really sharpened me up.
Well,
You
I,
know,
I am going to gap shoot.
I
I'm,
mean, gap shooting,
I'm going to gap shoot.
it's definitely the more accurate version. It's
Yeah,
like I don't think I'd be able to get touching arrows in the 10 ring at 50 meters instinctively shooting,
yeah,
So it's is definitely the way to go if you don't want to lose arrows like a bunch. And I know that's great instinctive shooters out there, but I've never seen them shoot really long distance. That was kind of what set me apart. When I
yeah,
started like posting online. Uh, but close range, instinctive, out, 15, 20 meters, it's good fun, and you can get really accurate with it. But if you want to, be that accurate at, 40 meters, yeah, you're gonna start gapping or at
Yeah.
least vision shooting.
Well,
But
when I made a decision I was going to try trad, I thought, right, I want something forgiving. So I'm going to
yeah,
go with an ILF riser. I
yep,
haven't decided whether I'm going wooden or aluminium yet. It's
okay,
either going to be a
okay,
17, 19, or 21. So it's going to be like a hunting length recurve.
yep, okay,
Biggest 64, more than likely 60 or 62. Either
yeah,
carbon or carbon foam limbs because they're not affected. Carbon foam and carbon, they're not affected by temperature changes, humidity
yep,
changes, where even when wood wrapped in carbon, apparently it's affected more by climatic changes, barometric changes.
yeah. I mean, it's like a lot of limb manufacturers use maple in their limb cores, and it's like I've had some good limbs that were wood core, but nothing's come close to just, carbon or carbon and foam.
Yeah. And then I think I'm going to shoot. I watched the original Push film, two
Yeah,
and a half hour one.
yeah.
And in the last week, I've watched it 4 times,
Okay. Are you just examining
just trying
his
to
wall with
hoover
all
up.
his bows on it?
Yeah. And then he talks about a fixed crawl
Yep, 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 yep.
where it's not string walking, it's fingers in the same place every time, but you then set that, get that to find your point on.
Yeah,
And when he mapped his gaps, when he set his point on for about 25 yards, 30 yards,
yeah,
his trajectory is much flatter using a fixed crawl. And
yeah.
it's gone from feet above and below 2 inches above and below.
Okay. Yeah.
And I'm
No, I
thinking,
remember
right,
him
yeah,
doing that
that sounds about
drawing.
right for me.
Yeah. Well, especially, well, what organization are you going to be shooting trad in? Is it going to be 3D? Like,
NFAS, I think.
yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, you're not going to be doing any like crazy like, 80-yard shot, like out in the woods.
I had, there are certain clubs that will put out long shots where they
I
go,
know them. I've seen them online where they'll have like a great big bison or like a big target out
yeah,
there. Like, it's just like, if you build your bow out for, anything, 40 meters being like the furthest, it's like that will be a pretty good straight shooter, like
yeah,
for the most part. You'll still be able to like have a crack at
yeah.
longer shots. Uh, but that's just gonna be like a Hail Mary, like, whoosh, like
Oh, yeah. And
absolutely
again,
not.
it's going to be like that mortar shot, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm, you know, thinking about like what bow you could go for. It's like there are quite a few nice wooden ILF risers coming out. It's like my missus uses one, and that's
Yeah.
quite nice.
I
I think
know
it's
folks have got a
appropriate
big
shade.
thing against Chinese stuff, but you look at the brand. I'm sure, if I'm wrong, somebody will correct me. The Oak Ridge, I'm sure that's a brand owned by SSA, and they're all
Okay,
China,
okay,
and they look lovely wooden risers.
yeah. My missus has one. She's got the Oak Ridge shade, and that's like a really
That's the
nice
one
little
I'd
one.
looked at, the shade.
Yeah, it's good. Thumbs
Yeah.
up from Grand Sniper. Grand Sniper endorses
Two
that.
thumbs good.
Yeah, very good, very good. Wow. Yeah, no, that's a proper decent riser. Yeah, the longer riser you have, the more forgiving it's going to be.
Yeah.
Uh, Only thing with a wood riser is they're not going to be cut past center,
No.
so adjusting your center shot is going to be, you know, a bit weirder, especially when
Yeah.
tuning arrows about that, because then you have some very slight, uh, like paradoxical issues like go
Yeah.
through. So arrow tune matters a bit
I was
more.
going to say with this, it's going to be a case of with a compound, you can tune the bow to the arrow quite easily.
Yeah.
With this, you've got to tune the arrow to the bow.
100%. That was something I found like pretty crazy, just like because with trad, it's like you can't. There's nothing you can do to change the bow. I mean,
Yeah,
apart from with like a trad recurve, you can just like extend or retract how much like the arrow plate is for
yeah.
like shooting off the shelf. Like that's you can do that and you can make some pretty good changes that way. But even things like English longbow, it's entirely the arrow because you can't change anything on it. It's a
I
stick.
don't think the shade comes with a side plate, does it?
No, I built my one out of
Ah,
like when I was setting it up for my missus, I just basically glued together a load of like leather plates
yeah,
and then I just add layers of Velcro
yeah.
or while I was like getting the tune for it. But she actually shoots very skinny carbon arrows out of it
The little
because
3.2 mils.
yeah, they're absolutely tiny. I've got one here, absolutely tiny compared to like a
Yeah,
gold tip. Uh,
multi goodness.
yeah, they're good in the wind. Whenever I ask people about their like preferred arrow for trad, I'm seeing a big spike in popularity for like micro diameter,
Yeah,
which again, I like big arrows because they're more durable. They got more weight behind them.
yeah,
Uh, you know, but now that performance is, stepping up in all forms,
yeah,
we're seeing a lot of trad archers with the micro diameters because they're just less affected by wind. Uh, you know, and I
yeah,
guess there is like, you could reduce your gaps by using a lighter arrow because then, gaps get smaller because it's not
yeah.
traveling as far. So not as much weight that needs to move. So there are some weird little things in it. You're going to have such a joy getting into trad.
Oh, mate,
Like,
it's a proper rabbit hole already. Like I say,
yeah.
I mean, strings, compound
Okay.
strings, easy to understand.
Yeah.
But then you look at single strings. I mean, yeah, they've got the advantage there, a shit ton cheaper. My prime's just about due strings and cables. I'm looking
Yeah.
about 200 quid for a 7 quid for a 7 piece set, and then the labour to have them fitted as well.
Yeah. That's crazy. I
You know,
mean,
I mean, a really good single string is what, 25, 30 quid for a
yeah, it's
high
not
end one?
much. It's not much for a decent string. Uh, that's another thing. It's like fast fly versus Dacron. You got weird little rabbit holes like that as
Oh,
well.
well, this got me. Endless Loop versus Flemish Twist.
Yeah.
And then B55 versus D97. Some saying, oh no, fast flight's no good. And then you got other really experienced string makers saying, well, we'll even do you one in 99Y, which is compound string.
Yeah. I mean,
And
we
that's
can.
just spinning my head out. It really is.
Okay. So the Flemish versus Endless Skein or Endless Loop, whatever you call it. I prefer a Flemish. I think
Yeah.
it just looks a bit nicer. Uh, you just got to wax the inside of the loop every now and again because I think that's something people don't remember.
Yeah.
Uh, Tag ends coming out of the string freak a lot of people out as well. 'Cause they're like, "Oh my God, my string's fraying already." It's not. It's just a
The
tag
tag
end.
ends.
You can just either, people just say leave them in, but if you're a neat freak, you can just raise them off or burn
Yeah.
them off. Nothing like that. But then the argument for like Dacron versus Fastlight is Fastlight way more performance, but some bows aren't built to take it. So
Yeah. It's down to your limb
ultimately,
tips, isn't it?
yeah, because it's like if you have like a regular recurve limb tip, it's like there's no reinforcement there.
Yeah.
Because it's not as flexible as a material, Fastlight will rip it off.
Yeah.
It's not like I've heard some people say like the way it's made, it acts as like a little saw, in the nocks. Nah, it's just not. It's a non-reinforced area.
Yeah.
Because when I was getting into English longbow, I was using a Dacron string, and I was like, why are my arrows flying as far as they would with a fast flight? Switch over to a fast flight, 20 meters gained, in distance. Did some research into it, and it's fine to use on English longbows because it's a reinforced horn
Yeah.
knock, so it's built to take it.
Yeah.
But then people who come from, people like me who come from trad were like, okay, can't use fast flight on a traditional bow. So I was using a Dacron string, and then I had awful performance. So then I had to like, switch out strings, better performance. Oh, it works. But yeah, I mean, with recurve, it's like because of how they're made and how they're designed and what material you go for your limb, it's like a Dacron string won't make much of a difference.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
but it
It
was
does
just a
have a
more
lot more
forgiving bow.
stretch in it, isn't it, Dacron?
Yeah, yeah, it's just stretchier. That's literally it. It's just like that's literally it. Stretchier. Uh, I mean, I'm sure someone, more technically minded than me will be able to tell me the exact science of why. But, to my little lizard brain, it's, yeah, that one's stretchy. And that's cool,
Well, I was watching a video by the guys at Archery earlier.
Yeah, okay,
Strings,
okay.
the indestructible string.
Yeah, he,
It's
he makes some cool bows. He
it's a
does some really good
Flemish,
video.
yeah, Flemish twist string.
Yeah.
They've figured out a way to serve the end loops so
See,
that it doesn't make it prohibitively expensive. Because he said where you normally find the wear on a Flemish twist is up on the loops, and
yeah, that's where the
there's
wear
cheaper
is.
bows where the quality of the string knocks isn't quite as good. It can
Yeah,
go through an end loop in no time. So his brother
yeah.
figured out a way to serve the end loops, and they've had strings out there 2, 3 years still in pristine condition, and they call it the indestructible string.
Yeah, no, I've seen those. Yeah, serving the loops of Flemish. I've weirdly enough, I saw it on Facebook yesterday. It was on one of my like traditional bow hunter like forums that like groups I'm in.
Yeah,
And someone was like, "Oh, does anyone else do this?" And then it's like 80 people in the comments being like, "Yeah, I've done this for years. I've never seen anyone do it." But it's because it's not like a lot of manufacturers won't do it. That's why a lot of people don't
yeah,
run it. I mean, if I'm getting really technical, would I do it? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, I wax my Flemish loops and I take good care of them and they're
yeah,
still going strong. Like I've got so many grizzly strings, in my string box under my desk. And I don't have them because I don't have like a ton of them because I've gone through them. They're all basically new. I just have spares because I'm,
yeah,
like a squirrel. I like to hoard things. I like having backups. And it's just like, I've never needed a backup. I'm still on the same string I ordered 5 years ago.
yeah,
It's pretty crazy. It's only when I switched to Longbow, I was like, okay, I know I need a Flemish twist
yeah,
made out of fast flight. So, I got my bowyer to sort that out. And, he made a pretty good string actually for a woodworker. So pretty happy with that.
yeah.
Uh, yeah, no, the shatterproof guys, they're really interesting. They're really cool. I like seeing all like for bow makers, they're not afraid to show like mistakes they make with like the R&D process.
Oh
I
yeah,
find
that's.
that,
I think that's part of what appeals about them. They are straight up. Although, is it Armin, the one brother? He's actually
yeah,
come away. His brother
he,
Kaz
he's yeah, he's
owns the company
like
now,
given
doesn't he?
the
And Armin's come out to do the more video work,
yeah,
videographer.
he's doing like Arm camera
Yeah,
camera business. He's doing like filmography.
yeah,
He's still making videos for it,
yeah,
and it's I don't think we can lose people like that in the community because they're actually making content,
yeah.
that we want to see. We love content like that, and the more content we can consume, the more we, stay into the hobby because we like watching the things we like.
I would say up until recently, I've always been a die-hard compound shooter, but I loved watching his videos. They
Yeah,
were visually very, very pleasing.
yeah. Well, I mean, we've spoken about it as well before. It's like I'm die hard trad, And I've tried a compound once. It wasn't for me, but I'm
Yeah.
never. I mean, maybe in my like early teens, I was like, yeah, boo, like training wheel, like, yeah. But it's just like having seen like straight up the age demographic for archery in this country is quite old. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie, no offense, Richard, but this is not a young man's game.
No.
I at my club it's children and the elderly, you know.
Yeah.
And that's been like that in most of south of England where I've been shooting. And it's a cool hobby, so I don't understand why people my age don't get into it, kind of thing. So the more content we can have out there making archery look cool, look good, everyone coming together, get more people into
Oh
it, make it more
yeah.
exciting. That's what's going to keep it, going. Because it's like, with clubs, it's like clubs are all entirely like self-funded. We get
Yeah.
no government grants for being like a fucking like sports institute or whatever. It's like it's all self-funded. We've got to keep it, going ourselves.
Yeah.
But then what happens when members, that are really young grow out of it and they don't, I don't want to do it anymore,
Yeah.
what they do, discover girls and
We've got to
video
keep
games,
it
cool
fun
stuff,
for them, though, haven't we? It's got to be kept fun for them and made fun. I know. Was it the end of the push where Matt Zernzak said, I think it was Matt said it, I'm a die-hard trad archer, but if you shoot compound and I see you at a shoot, come and sit by the campfire and I'll sit and have a beer with you and we'll talk bows. Of course, at the
Yeah.
end of the day, it don't matter what bow you shoot, we all just love shooting bows.
Yeah, yeah. Like we can all come together to hate crossbow guys. I'm
No, no, sir. The
thinking.
French, the French, you're an English longbowman. It is your duty as an English longbowman to hate the French.
I hate the crossfire. I'm not gonna lie. I'm thinking about. I think along the lines. I'm definitely gonna get one just for the sake of having one because like old timey, goat leather crossbow, pretty cool. Like they're pretty cool bits of kit.
Oh, yeah.
It's. I just like arrows. I just like anything that shoots arrows. Even like
Yeah.
those regular little air rifles that shoot arrows. Pretty cool. I think like Joel said, definitely the trajectory. Being a dude, seeing that trajectory, and then we can just
Yeah.
like plot it out in our heads from that
Yeah.
100%. Like that gets my goat seeing an arrow fly.
See, the other thing I want to try is an arrow rifle.
Yeah, yeah. Like, I've seen like those like the air rifles with that weird like little barrel strap that you
Yeah.
slide it into one.
They slide the
Yeah.
arrow over.
Yeah. Would an air rifle club allow that?
Would an archery
Like,
club allow that? 'Cause apparently, because the projectile fits over the barrel, not
yeah.
inside the barrel. Whether this still stands, I don't know. But at one point, it was said it's not classed as a firearm because it goes over, not inside.
Okay. No, in this country, they're gonna stop that. Like, they're
Oh, you
gonna,
know our government are going to stop that.
yeah. I mean, even with the talk about the crossbow ban and the broadhead ban, it's like that. I'm not gonna lie, that did get me when I started just stockpiling broadheads just for like a
Yeah.
longbow. It's just like I've got a load of bodkins in the back, but I don't have any big swallowtails. I want them. So. In them sort of threatening it has, kind of got it in me to, buy, buy, buy,
Yeah.
get some more going. But yeah, that was a crazy part of that was a crazy part of like time when they were like trying to ban those.
I can still see it coming. All it'll take is one more crime, and we'll get the usual government knee-jerk reaction where
Yeah, take up
criminals
the
don't
streets.
care what you ban. Criminals will use them anyway. That's why they're
Yeah,
fucking criminals.
just wait till they start like making their own because bow
Yeah.
and arrow isn't hard to make. Like.
Oh, come on. You can 3D print freaking firearms now.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I just 3D print like a lower and then just order a barrel online. It says you can do some crazy things, but you can't ban old bow and arrow. Everyone's got sticks and string in their house, everyone can make one. I saw a
Oh,
guy make a bow out of
God,
arrows,
yeah.
like little fiberglass arrows. He literally like duct taped them together and made a bow out of them. Like
Yeah.
cool
Oh,
video,
look at Backyard Bowyer on YouTube when he's making
Yeah,
PVC bows,
yeah,
making the arrows and using gaffer tape as fletchings.
yeah. No, I remember, and that was crazy part of my like YouTube history, just like watching all that kind of like archery stuff.
Yeah.
Weird tangent. I actually met one of my YouTube archery heroes this year.
Who?
Met
Tell me
Nick
more.
Birmingham. I met Nick Birmingham. If that,
Big Bow Brummy.
yeah, you know him. You know him.
I
Yeah, I got to meet him.
Oh
Uh,
wow.
yeah, he
That
was.
was that then at a shoot.
It wasn't at a shoot. It was actually at the Lockswood Joust. So it's like a little Renaissance fair
Shit.
in Sussex, and they have like half of it's like split out for fantasy, medieval stuff, and then
Yeah.
half of it's like 100-year war, just medieval time periods. It's all
Yeah.
mixed and matched. But his I don't know, community, his group, the Free Company of Aquitaine were there.
Ah.
And I saw him talking to like a group of people, and I was just like, I know who that is. And my missus was like, "Oh, like, how do you know him? Do you know him from like Instagram?" And I was like, "No, I know him from a YouTube video I watched when I was about 9." Like, because if you go on Big Road Rum's channel, he's got like a how to build like a warbow arrow
Yeah.
from like 12 years ago or something. And well, a bit longer than that actually. And that was like the first video I watched of like how to make arrow, and that's back when I was like a kid making them out of just like bits of hazel that I'd cut
Yeah.
down in the garden and then just like stick pigeon feathers on it.
Yeah.
I'd watch his video to kind of like teach me, and then I just saw him in person. But I'm 26 now, like I'm a big bloke, and I was just like, "Are you Nick Birmingham?" And he was like, "Yeah, yeah, I am." Like, "Oh, I used to watch your YouTube channel," like, and I got to like chat with
I
him, and
like that dodgy Dudley accent there.
yeah, well, he's like, oh, he's such a sound bloke though. Like, I was like hugging him and everything, like, please give me a hug, like he's so cool. He's honestly such a guy. And he was telling me about how he got like his start in English longbow because he started out as like a recurve shooter as well, just like,
Yeah.
and then he was like, oh, it's fun, but it's not that fun. And then he started speaking to Mark Shretton online, and then he just got involved in longbow, and now dude's got like a whole band of brothers around him, just dressed up, you know.
Yeah.
He's got Luke Woods in his company as well, who's a absolute mammoth of a man. He's like 6 foot fucking 9. He is
Jesus.
gigantic. If you've ever seen, there's a YouTuber who's he's got like long dark hair and he specializes in like night cavalry, like medieval like knights,
Ooh,
and
I haven't found him
I
yet.
think he's called like History TV or something, Night TV maybe. But he did a video of what it was like for a medieval archer, and
Yeah.
Luke's in that video, and he's just gigantic. And I'm a big bloke. I'm 6'4", and
Yeah.
seeing this guy just absolutely huge, pulling 140-pound bow. It's like that's crazy. Like this guy is a unit. But it was
Yeah.
so cool me and that bunch, at a Renaissance festival. Like, it did not see that coming. Like, it's so sad because like there's a picture of it on my Instagram, but he's in his full like they're all in their full like 100-year war accurate regalia, and I'm
Yeah.
there with like my little blue Amazon medieval shirt with a tiny bow I made and a cloak. And I'm just like, with him, it's so cringe, but it was so cool to meet him. But again, I just didn't see that coming this year. But being like a longbow, and now I can be like, oh, hello, like
Yeah.
you just longbows are cool. It's so cool. Like,
Of course, the other thing that's happened this year is you started getting recognised at shoots, haven't you?
yeah, yeah, no, did not see that coming. Again, it's like I'm again with like the English crowd. I'm not really. If I look at like my online stance. As I'm not really that well known in England, but I'm
Yeah.
mostly in like the States and other parts of Europe. But then it's like went to a tournament and then guy comes up to me, he's like, "Are you the trad sniper?" And I was like, "Yeah, yeah."
Yeah.
Very weird, very weird. Like you had at that, party. It's like getting recognized is quite
Yeah. I'm like,
weird.
how do people know me?
Yeah, yeah, no, it's
It is a really surreal feeling the first time it happens, though, isn't it?
yeah, no, it's literally, especially out in the wild, it's a bit like, oof, like, okay, like I've had people like recognize me like on different like platforms online, and they'll be like, oh, it's you from Instagram. Like I've had that a
Yeah.
load of times. That's fine. But having someone in person come up to you and just whisper it, it's like, ooh, you've been following me for a while, then, like, okay. But no, I've made some little handouts for when I get to meet people because I thought that'd be a nice little icebreaker, just
Yeah.
like, yeah, have a sticker. They look cool, they're nice. Uh, but yeah, no, it's such a surreal feeling because it's like I'm just a dude on Instagram, like I just
Yeah.
a picture, you know, it's literally it. But yeah, it is really cool, you know, meeting people. Got that guy into Longbow. He's trying out Longbow now, so the
Oh,
Longbow army's
excellent.
gaining, it's growing. It's all
Yeah.
we want. There's
It's
more people trying it.
and getting more folks into archery in general, isn't it?
Well, that's the thing. It's like, I think we've always spoken about it, but it's just like, how do you keep people like involved and
Yeah.
like be having fun with it? And I think, honestly, I think 3D is probably the best for keeping it interesting because, you're out in the woods, you're out somewhere different, and it's, that kind of like simulated hunting probably just appeals to like human hunter brain
Yeah.
anyway. Whereas shooting coloured rings in a big open field, probably not everyone's cup of tea. It's like I had a little bit burnout a couple of years back, and it's like, I'm back ready as ever for it. I'm enjoying it, but
Yeah.
I do want to get out in the woods after I've done my current goal set, and then just take to 3D, just see how I do there with a
Well,
longbow.
there is. I mean, any form of fling and arrow to me is enjoyable, but there's just something about running around the woods with a bow and arrow and a knife. And
Yeah.
like 10-year-old me would have been like an absolute pig in shit doing that.
Well, I'm having like a bit of a, identity crisis because I remember when I used to go 3D shooting, it was like there was a guy with like a big fuck off like scary knife, and I was a bit
Yeah.
like, you don't need that for, you know, cutting arrows out of trees kind of thing. And now it's
You
like,
just fell the tree with it.
well, yeah, yeah, samurai sword it down. But it's like now that I, have to dig quite a few of my arrows out of wood now, it's like. Totally get it.
Yeah.
I want to get like a big bollock dagger, but then it's like a bit weird looking, and I don't really want to be like, okay, it's meant to look like that because in the 1400s,
Yeah, that slightly thinner blade though. You put it in
yeah,
and lever it,
yeah,
and you can leave the front of the dagger stuck in
yeah.
as well.
Well, I mean, that's exactly why I built my arrow puller how I did. Like it's just a sharpened screwdriver, and
Yeah,
it's like, I've doled it up so it looks like a dagger, and it's got that cool little antler tine pommel which I haven't slapped yet. Like,
yeah,
but yeah, no, it's just like yeah, that's just like the handyman way of carrying,
yeah,
arrow retrieving tool. I don't want to carry the big brick that's like arrow puller 9000 to like like lever it out. I don't want to do that. I want to just like chip it
yeah.
out.
Is
Rather
it
do that.
Barco or Branco that do the discount hand tools, and they do a brilliant chisel knife.
I have seen some chisel knives that have like it's sort of like a weird tanto kind of point where it's
Yeah,
very chisel like.
yeah,
I thought about one of those, but then it's like I'm not gonna lie, this country's laws put the fear of God in me, because it's like to me carrying a knife would be quite essential for archery, but to a policeman that's
yeah.
now I'm double armed and that's not good, and that just
Well, There
At least
was,
with sharpened screwdriver, I can be like, "Where's a tool?" You
I
know.
can't remember how long ago now it was. There was a post on the NFAS page. A guy had been at a shoot on a Sunday, taken his bow out, left his archery bag in there,
Yeah,
pulled over the day after. They searched his car, found his knife in his archery bag, and were
yeah,
intending to prosecute,
yeah. That's
despite the
absolutely
fact
crazy.
it's locked in the boot of his car.
Yeah,
So if he gets into a road rage incident, by the time he's run round his car, opened the boot, fetched his bag out, rummaged through his bag, and pulled out a knife,
yeah,
had seven shades of crap kicked out of him anyway.
yeah. If I don't
It's
know,
just
being
a
in a
big
trade
sight.
as well, it's like my buddy who I work with. It's like he's got like a big carpentry van, so he's got all his tools in the back and everything. But
Yeah,
in the like driver side, he did keep like a multi-tool that had like a chisel
yeah,
on it. And I was just like, dude, you can't be having that like in the driver's side. And he was
yeah,
like, oh, why not? And I was like, because if you get pulled over, you're done.
yeah,
You're so done because that's in like a reachable offensive spot. If you wanted to retaliate, like, it's accessible to you. I was like, you got to put that in the back with the rest of your tools. And he was like, oh, I need it for like, if I'm doing like a quick thing
yeah.
of a job. I was like, like you can't get away with it these days. Like, no way.
Well, I mean, the staff parties in this country, you can't carry a Leatherman on your belt, can you?
No.
Because the knife blade locks out,
Yeah, it
which
locks out.
straight away makes it an offensive weapon. I've seen a few that have actually filed the locking mechanism off it.
Yeah,
So it becomes just like an ordinary folding pocket knife, no lockout, and then it's legal to carry. But I mean, come on, if you're going out to murder somebody, you're not going to take a goddamn Leatherman, are
yeah,
you?
yeah. I'm gonna take one of these bad boys with me. You don't
Yeah,
know what's coming. Like,
while I'm murdering you, I'm going to cut your toenails for you as well, so you're not going to be
yeah,
dead.
yeah, yeah. It's so mad, and it's like I grew up, in a very country setting kind of thing. So
Yeah,
it's like, I had fields and everything growing up, so I loved carrying like a little pocket knife around. But it's just like you can't do that these
no,
days. So I've seen some people that are like, oh, I'll carry a pipe around so I can then say it's for cleaning, like scraping a pipe. And it's just like, that's not gonna, if you're having to go the extra mile of owning a pipe and tobacco in your back pocket so you can
yeah,
carry a tiny little, Swiss Army knife with you just because, you want to open a box at a friend's house, it's like,
no,
you can't do it. You just can't do it anymore.
no. And again, all these knife laws, they haven't reduced stabbing. Stabbings are going up year on year on year. So it
Yeah.
just proves that banning something for the law-abiding public only affects the law-abiding public. It just doesn't affect criminals.
Yeah. No, it's just like, they don't care. I mean, they're not going to go for like, I don't know. If I was a criminal, I probably wouldn't buy the Stabitron 5000 like military knife. What I
I'm
spend,
sorry, that sounds as bad as a Black and Decker fanny wrecker.
it's like if I wanted to go commit a crime and I was an insane person, I wouldn't be like, okay, let me go on coldsteel.com and find the fucking, you know,
Yeah,
Killer Blade 5000 and pay 60 British pounds, to
yeah,
have that ordered to my doorstep. I know I'll grab kitchen knife and go nuts.
yeah,
Everyone has kitchen, everyone has knife, unless
yeah.
they start, making supermarkets sell vegetables pre-cut up, I don't really think there's going to be a way to reduce knife ownership in this country. Everyone owns
No,
one.
no.
Literally everyone owns a knife. It's just taking it outside the house. It's like, okay. It's like, yeah, it's crazy. Crazy laws.
Yeah,
Don't do that to my bows, please.
like I said, as soon as somebody gets into a position of authority, they automatically assume they are more intelligent and more knowledgeable than the people that have elected them there.
Well, yeah, it's just government, dude. It's
Yeah.
government, It's just like just booed out the Tory government, for the first time in fucking ever. And now Labour government sucks as well. It just sucks for fucking everyone.
Oh, mate, what is it? Starmer the Harmer and Reeves the Queen of Thieves.
Yeah, it's yeah, it's just yeah, right now it sucks for everyone. So I'm just gonna hide under my little rock and just play with my longbow, and
Yeah,
just wait for it to all blow over. You know. Uh, yeah.
I just no, I give up on politicians now. Let's just look after yourself, look after those that can't look after themselves, and keep your head down and have some fun.
Yeah, it's over Christmas I watched like some of that like Rees-Mogg uh documentary about his family, and it was just like these people are fucking crazy,
Well, I
these are
never
wild
saw
people.
that.
Hmm?
He's always come across as a bit of a special case, anyway. Rees Mogg has.
Dude, he's got like a castle in Somerset that's got his own personal like chapel in it. Like like that's a bit that's not my kind of politician, that's not my MP or whatever. It's just
No.
like, you know, I just I think because I'm young as well, like I'm 26, so it's just like I don't, oh, government, it's like what's
Yeah.
going on. So I just try and just keep my head in the sand, ostrich mode, just let me have my bows and arrows, please.
Yeah, let's just go out.
Uh,
Have some bloody fun.
oh
Well,
yeah, I mean it's just like, you know, what's next? What's next? Well, they can't take a bow away from me. I'll just make one, not put a serial number it. Fuck it. Like, it's just like, can't do anything about it. Like,
I've got to remember as a kid cutting down bits of rosewood,
oh yeah, 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 yeah.
just tying a string round it, and one of my dad's old fishing rods. I managed to
Yeah,
strip
fiberglass fishing rod.
the fiberglass tip. I took the
Yeah,
eyelets off, stripped off the whipping for the eyelets, and cut a little groove in the back with my dad's hacksaw.
yeah.
Got in such trouble, cause his garden shed at the time had got one of those, like a modern interior door,
Oh yeah, yeah,
just the two pieces of wood and the paper honeycomb in between.
yeah, yeah.
This little fucking boa got some poke because I shot it at the shed and it went straight through the
Yeah.
door. So
Whoa.
I'm having an absolute field day until the old man
Yeah.
comes home and finds his shed door
Yeah.
absolutely full of
Absolutely full of
holes.
holes. Yeah. No, dude, I was exact same. It's like I was, the crazy little one of my family. So yeah, I was always just cutting down bits of hazel with like kitchen knife, and getting it covered in like tree sap and dirt,
Yeah,
while I'm just like hacking it to shape and then starting a little fire in the back of the garden so I can like fire harden it, and all. I
yeah.
was like a right little terror
Oh,
getting
you
getting
did it
my
the posh way,
ideas
fire
out.
hardening it. Like I say, for me, it was just an old piece of fishing rod that did the job.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm sure I must have like made like a fishing rod bow at some point, just not told my dad, but like I think that's quite a precious memory for like every archer who got their start up like that. To be
Yeah,
fair, I think like I may want to do again if I ever actually make a YouTube video like I've wanted to whenever the weather's nice, but I get, I can just shoot regularly. I really want to make like a hazel stick bow like that and just see
yeah,
how good is it like outside of my childhood memory. Like, could
yeah,
I make it so it works? How would it score at like an indoor round?
yeah.
What would I score at a Portsmouth round if I shot a hazel self bow I made in 5 minutes? Like, how would that do? A bit paracord or whatever. I think that would be super funny.
I remember being told about a guy in Enfas got to a shoot and he'd forgotten his bow. And he was shooting primitive, so he literally cut a branch, somebody lent him a string,
Yeah.
and he won his class with a
Nah,
cut.
nah, come on, man. Like, really? That's cool. I love. No, actually, I think it was the Danish outdoor traditional. I saw this on Reddit during the summertime, and it was, yeah, I think it was some small like European country. But their traditional class was literally just any kind of traditional bow, and the guy who won it had literally the riser of the bow was like a cut up 2x4, and then he just had two lengths of bamboo, just like cut in half.
Jesus.
Just literally like tied on. and he won his class. I mean, I think the round they shoot is like 25 meters, 60 arrows.
Yeah.
Uh, because that's the other thing. I think we're the only country that for the traditional class we shoot really long
Yeah.
distance, which is a bit, you know, hard to get into. Honestly, I think that's what keeps people away as well from a
Yeah.
longbow in this country because it's like the kind of distances you got to shoot
Yeah.
to be competitive really far away. So you've either got to shoot in like a modified style. So that's why, old Olympic is
Yeah.
preferred because you're extending that gap from your eye to arrow so you can
Yeah.
like shoot here and hit 70 instead of like
Yeah.
in the sky. I'm right next to my bow wall, so I'm knocking everything over. Um, but yeah, it's just like you've either got to have a weird modified shooting style, shoot really light arrows or, very custom arrows, or shoot a heavy draw weight, which,
Yeah.
if you're at a certain age, you're probably not going to be able to do that, 72 times in a row. So I think there are quite a few, uh, you know, obstacles to jump over just to like get into it. Plus, it's not very forgiving on the bank. It's like if you're starting out with an English longbow
Yeah.
and you start out on a target weight of like 25 pounds, hey, guess what? In a few months, that 25 pounds is not going to be,
Yeah.
hitting the distances you want. So now you're going to need to go up in bow weight. So that means a whole new bow.
Whole
So
new, yeah. Oh, it can get expensive. I mean, at Paget, we tend to tell folks when they first start shooting, go for something with interchangeable limbs.
yeah, see,
Of
but that
course,
makes
the
me feel like a bit of an
handles would
arsehole.
seem heavy for you now, but if you're shooting a lot, in a couple of months, you're gonna want a new bow.
Yeah. But that's a double-edged sword for me though, because whenever someone messages me and says, "Oh, you're a good longbow shooter, where should I get a bow? I'm just starting out." I feel like a gatekeeper because I'm saying, "No, no, no, don't spend your money on a bow just yet.
Yeah,
Buy a riser, buy some interchangeable limbs, and just like work up to the draw weight you want."
yeah,
You know, because if you want to shoot long distance, rule of thumb for a York round or a 70-meter round is 50 to 54 pounds on the fingers,
yeah,
for a longbow to shoot that comfortably without doing anything too crazy. Uh, and I got that information from Cliff Gadd, who's, the top English longbowman in the country,
yeah,
and he was, for a very long time just at the top, for longer than I've been alive. So I feel like a bit of a gatekeeper, just being like, nah, don't shoot longbow just yet. Shoot like a ILF and then get up to it. But it's
yeah,
like, I don't like that feeling. So it's like that's why I've started being like, okay, well, get a cheap bow that's like, moderate poundage, like 30 pounds. Will get me
yeah,
pretty far. And just get like a cheaper bow. That's why I really like my Irondales. Yeah, they're a bit thuggish and slow compared to my nicer bow, which costs way, way more.
yeah,
But it's also beginner friendly, I feel. Like it's not the greatest bow, it's not the nicest bow, it's not the most forgiving or friendly bow. It's not the most pleasant to shoot, but
no, but
it's
if you're
starting
going to
in
be
that
going up
style.
in draw weight every few months, it's an affordable way to do it.
Yeah. Well, I
Rather,
mean,
rather than paying 700, 800 quid for a bow, and in 4 months you realise, damn, I've got to spend another 700, 800 quid.
yeah. Well, I
Or
mean,
go up too much and find you're losing the pleasure because you can't shoot it well.
yeah, 100%. I mean, fortunately, I've always been pretty decent with holding a lot of weight in, a modern style like hold. I'm not doing like
Yeah,
auto where it's, I'm tricking my biomechanics to hold a lot of weight easier. It's, you know, I've been shooting since I was like an absolute baby. I think I started shooting a tiny little bow when I was about 4. I think it's what my mum said, but it's like, and my muscles are I've developed very unevenly. I've got like longbowman's shoulder, and I'm
yeah,
pretty sure you can dear listener, dear viewer, go on my Instagram and look at any picture of me from behind. You'll see a giant left shoulder, right, and a giant right lat, and a thicker forearm as well. Like my body's developed in a way for dealing with heavy draw weight
Yeah,
from very young age. So I've never, you know, had to be like, oh, this is too much for me. I've got to go down. It's like I know 60 is my comfortable, like that's 60 pounds is a good measure of I can be as accurate as I can with it.
yeah,
I'm getting a flat trajectory and it's not too, I can shoot it 72 times in a row and be accurate with it. So it's just about shoot. Like I know exactly what I wanted, and I know I could handle it. So that's why I ordered. The
yeah.
pound I ordered. I wasn't like, oh boy, let's get into this. Fresh. Oh, I can't do it now. I have a big stick in the corner of my room. You
I've
know.
I've got to ask. I know with compounds there's a 60 pound draw weight limit in AGB. Is it the same with longbows as well? That you're limited to
Oh
60?
no, you can shoot any poundage you want. If it's single string, like it's only so my 60 pound bow shooting a 480 grain arrow, which is about target weight for
That's light.
that's light, but it's enough. It's about just under eight. It's just about 8 grains per inch. I'm not good at math on the fly, but it's been worked out to about 8 grains per pound.
Yeah,
So it's as low as you'd want to go for an English longbow.
yeah.
I've heard about some guys that do 5, but I'm a little bit too
Jesus.
cowardly for that.
Mind you, that's like the flight bows in Turkey, isn't it? Where they're effectively
Yeah,
by
where it's
firing
just
them at the end
like,
of the competition, the bow scrap.
yeah, the bow's just like being, scrapped for parts and burned,
Yeah,
a nice little ritual. But yeah, my bow shooting a 6 pound draw away, 480 grain arrow. That's going to be like 160 feet per second. Not that far.
oh, Jesus.
Not efficient. They're not efficient bows. They're not speeds. Not speedy
For a
bows.
longbow, that's quick.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I load a long moment talk about Joe Gibbs getting like 190 out of like a 130 pound bow with
Yeah,
a 800 grain arrow, and it's like, yeah, that's quick for a war bow. Uh, but yeah, it's like longbows just aren't that efficient. You know,
yeah,
and comparing anything single string to compound does way more damage to a target. So that's why there's a limit in target archery because it's like, if you're sending a 300 feet per second arrow into foam, it's going to rip it apart, in no time. Whereas, 170 feet per second arrow, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, yeah, there's no limit on anything single string really. But it's like if
I want to
it's
see you rock up at a competition with a war bow, 110 pounder. And,
I mean, I think I will get to that. I think that might be one of my like next main goals. It's like after achieving master
yeah,
bowman classification, it's like what can I do after that? I think I'll probably delve more into warbow.
yeah.
Uh, I already want to get armor. That's already been like a massive like brainworm for me. Like I'm thinking about what armor to get. Like because I don't think there's rules against it in AGB, but I really want to turn up in armor.
Yeah.
I think that'd be so cool, you know?
Right, the first question, if you rock up with 110 pound bow, is why? My first EFA shoot, I was shooting a Kuma, and I'd been down at White Mark and put it through their chrono, and it was shooting 307.
Yeah. Ooh.
So I had to wind it
Too
down,
fast. Too fast.
and yeah, uh, I think I was shooting a 458 grain arrow, and I got it down to 298.
Yeah.
And when obviously Mr. G had told folks I'd gone through White Mark at 307, so when we speed testing the bows, they're all looking at mine. I went through like
Yeah.
298, and I said,
Yeah.
not bad for a 458 grain arrow. And somebody said, what weight you pulling? I said, oh, I've wound it down to 72. And he's like, what the fuck you want to pull that weight for? Because I enjoy it.
Yeah.
I
I
like
mean,
it.
I like heavier poundage because flatter trajectory makes my life so much easier.
Yeah.
It's not, heavy poundage like that doesn't, it makes shooting easier because the trajectory's, not as, arced.
Yeah.
But it's, you can still see the arc of the arrow, so I'm still enjoying it. I'm still seeing an arrow fly, but it's just making, way easier to aim and shoot a longer distance. Like
Yeah.
that's why I like it. Uh, I think for like a warbow, I think like a good mix of like performance and power would be like 80 pounds though. So it's like
Yeah.
I think that would be my go-to because I think it's like if I the one time I've pulled over 100 was at that tournament with the warbow archer. Pulled his bow and I was a bit like that's a stress.
Yeah.
Like doing that at a competition, it's like that's a bit much. But it's like, yeah, he's just doing it because he likes history, and that's pretty much most guys' answers for like
Yeah.
doing warbow because you'll always have a modern archer just being like, oh, why, you're gonna ruin your shoulders. You're not even hitting the target that much. It's like, what's the point? And it's just like, well, it's because it's history, heritage, and it's fun. It's like powerlifting. It's like you're not going to do a lift like that lifting a fridge, So
Yeah.
it's like outside of the gym while you're doing it because it's cool, you know.
Yeah. It is. And to be honest, there is something incredibly masculine about pulling a really heavy bow.
Well, that's the thing. It's
It's
like,
manly.
I always used to be a bit like, nah, like draw weight doesn't matter kind of thing. And it's like, weirdly enough, as the older I get, it's more like, yeah, I should be pulling more, And
Yeah.
it's like, I think that's why comparing my bow to like some of the warbow guys is a bit like, that got in my head a bit because I was like, 60 pounds is still quite a lot of weight,
Yeah.
to be
Particularly
pulling.
when you're holding back 60 pounds.
Yeah, but I'm only holding it for like 2 seconds as I just like get everything lined up. It's not like I'm holding there for like 3 minutes, just
Yeah.
lining up my sight and everything. But it's just absolutely different beast, compared. But
Oh, yeah. So that day I got that
it's my
90 pounder back to 29 inches. I was buzzing like a mofo. I really was.
yeah. I mean, it is a bit weird though, because it's like any kind of strength, like sport, like strength endurance sport. It's like, you know, you've got to work your way up to that weight, but then you've got to keep doing it to like maintain it. Because if you
Yeah.
like get up to that weight and then oh no, I fucked my leg up. I've got to put it down for a while. You're
Yeah.
gonna have to work all the way back up to
Oh,
it. So it's
yeah.
not even like get to it and then I'm set. I can do it every time. It's like you got to keep on top of it.
Yeah.
It's like I haven't been able to shoot that much because it's been we've had like Storm Dennis, or
Yeah.
whatever, Storm
Yeah.
Dara come through, and that just like paused my shooting for like a good long while.
Yeah.
So it's like I've got my little horrible exercise bands that I don't touch, but having gone to the gym more, it's like building up supplementary muscle groups is helping with the more rest time I have between
Yeah.
shooting. Plus it's wet and I don't want to take my bow out. I don't want to keep wax sealing it because that's
Yeah.
another thing. Bow maintenance with all wooden equipment. Oh my God, why didn't anyone tell me? Before I go out, I shoot. I've got to make sure that my arrows are waxed. I've got to make sure that they're not damaged.
Yeah.
Got to wax my bow. Got to warm my bow up. With pre-draws.
Yeah.
And there's so much weird stuff. It's like, especially even with AGB, there's like a rule where it's like unless you're on the shooting line, cannot draw a bow, cannot draw a bow back with or without an arrow. Pretty normal rule, but
Yeah.
for English longbow once I get my bow strung, before I start shooting, I want to, give it a few pumps.
Yeah.
So as soon as my turn to shoot, I'm just there like a madman, just like doing that. Because I've only got a set amount of time to shoot my arrows, for
Yeah.
that set. So it's like I've got to start working, trying to get my bow ready, because otherwise I'm going to have a few sluggish shots where they just go like half the amount of distance I need them to be going. It's like, ugh.
So
Yeah, pretty weird.
how many arrows do you shoot on these outdoor comps? Because I can't remember now. I remember seeing it once, and it's like, Christ, that's an absolute shit ton of arrows. I mean,
Yeah, it's usually around like 72. The last competitions I've done have been 72 arrow rounds. But then there are doubles as well. So if I was to do like
yeah,
a double
that's what I
yaw,
mean. Some of them,
like
it's like you'll
144.
shoot so many dozen at one distance, then down to another distance, and so many dozen, and back again to do
Yeah,
another dozen. I'm thinking, Christ, and I thought 112 was a lot for an
yeah,
each shoot, but some of these where they're doing these doubles, it's like, fuck me, that's more arrows than I shoot in a month in one afternoon.
yeah. I think that is like the difference between like target and like 3D and field because you don't shoot like the arrow volumes are just totally different.
Yeah,
Uh, but again, it's like with my bow, I know I can pull 60 pounds 72 times in a row and still perform as good as the start as I am at the end of it.
yeah,
So I know that's absolutely fine. Uh, it is just like a long day. It's a long day shooting, especially in like the sun,
yeah,
you know. And I haven't really met anyone who's felt the same, but I feel like competitions elevate me. I feel like I perform better at
yeah,
competitions. And a lot of people are like, oh no, like you drop points. Like, I think it's like you're meant to drop 50 to 20, 50, 20 points or something like that,
yeah,
and your normal uh, shooter practice at that range, like you're meant to drop a beefy amount of points.
yeah,
And I always do better than at practice. And I think that level of competitiveness just really like lights up in me.
yeah,
Because even if I'm like, in a small division, I'm just like, I'm out for
yeah.
blood when I'm on that line. And I don't know. Yeah, I'm actually very competitive because I don't think I was a competitive person at all. But then doing like actual competition, it really lights something in me. And I just go absolutely AWOL, like on that line. I'm like jumping around. I'm ready for it. But I
See,
always feel like
I
I'm
find
better.
if I'm shooting with people a lot better than me, I
Yeah.
kind of get into that. I'm not good enough to shoot with these. And then I talk myself into shooting shit.
Okay. Yeah, that kind of like niggling voice at the back, but
Yeah. Saying what you're
uh,
doing shooting with these guys are really good. You're distinctly average. And
yeah.
you kind of, it's a self sabotage, isn't it? It's
Well,
pure self
yeah, I mean, it's like,
sabotage.
I think it's just like trying to, in that moment, like, iron sharpens iron. So it's like if you shoot with good people, you're going to shoot better,
Yeah.
you're going to shoot good. And I think, yeah, I think there's a part of that, definitely in competition. It's like I was meeting longbow shooters, I've never met before from different parts of the country.
Yeah.
Uh, having loads of great conversations, it is really nice. But then in the back of my head, I am like very aggressive and I'm like, I need to beat you, to like prove it to myself kind of thing. On the outside, I'm, just like shooting the shit like normal, but it's like inside, I'm just like very analytical of everything around me and how other people are shooting. And I
Yeah.
know like a lot of people are like, oh, don't look at other people's targets, look at only your own. It's like I'm looking for, like at everyone like competing against me. I'm seeing every time they hit and every time I don't. And I'm
Yeah.
constantly like running the numbers in my head to like know how I'm doing. And I don't, I've never been like that. Never in my life ever been like that until starting to do like proper tournaments. But I don't know, it works for me, and I had a great time and
Yeah.
gold, great. So that's what it's about. Like,
I said I do want to shoot more for next year. Of course, 100 field rounds, 112 arrows per round.
yeah,
And the first time I shot a field round, I was destroyed after it. Of course, it's like I'm not used to shooting four arrow ends either.
yeah,
And it's like I've said before, end fast rewards single arrow success.
yeah,
EFA, like AGB, rewards consistency.
yeah. No, exactly
Being
that.
able to shoot consistently.
Yeah,
And so I want to shoot more of that. But like I say, I'm hoping by the end of January, going to be good enough to get into the woods. So I think end of January it's going to be a trip out. I don't know, somewhere like cage archery or Merlin to have
Yeah.
a
Okay.
look at the trad
Yeah.
risers. Like I say, I'm still not sure wood or aluminium. I mean, Cy Thomas. I think you spoke to Cy about fletching, didn't you, with the heavy helicals?
I've spoken to Simon about loads of things,
Yeah. Oh, he's
and
such a cool guy.
mostly arrow stuff, but we've spoken a lot,
Yeah.
about different.
He's got, I think there might be an Oak Ridge. We think they meant to call it the Byron, but the Chinese got it wrong and called it the Oak Ridge Brian,
Oh, okay, that's pretty. That's pretty
which
cool.
is a 21-inch
Ryan.
aluminium rifle.
Yeah, okay.
Brian spelt like Byron,
Yeah,
Byron Ferguson spelt
yeah,
wrong.
yeah. I know. I know. Ryan Ferguson. Yes, yes. That's cool. I want the Brian.
Yeah, can I have the all of the Kevin, please?
Ryan, please.
Yeah. Like I said,
Yeah,
I want to build something that's as forgiving as possible, and particularly, and I imagine Zach says you can shoot a fixed crawl with any trad bow, but I've
yeah,
been able to adjust the tiller will just make it slightly more forgiving for shooting that little bit below the centre of the string, particularly shooting
yeah.
three under.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's like I've played a lot around with my Mrs. Oak Ridge Shade.
I wondered where that was going then. I've
Head
played
up the
around a
gutter,
lot with my
avoid
missus.
technical. No, no. Um, but yeah, that's got it's a it's sort of like a proprietary limb fitting ILF. It
Yeah,
reminds me a bit of like the old Hoyt traditional line because it doesn't have a bolt in the back, which you would then loosen and then wind in or out the tiller bolts.
yeah,
Because it's a wood riser, it's only just got a tiller bolt in, and then it's got a nut
yeah,
uh, in the seat of it. So you've got to wind it out or wind it in, and then kind of like hold the nut still, and that acts as your tiller bolt up and
yeah.
down. So it's a bit weird. It's a bit cavemanish, but it still works.
But I mean, even for as cheap as it is, it's still got the lateral adjustment
It's
on the
still got
limbs,
the
hasn't
lateral
it, to get the
adjustment.
limb alignment
It's,
right?
the limb pockets are, pretty good on it, honestly,
Yeah.
for a wooden riser. And it's only like under 100 quid, I'm pretty sure.
I think the cheapest I've seen it is Merlin. I can't remember. It's something like 105 or 103 quid.
Okay. Oh no, I think my missus got hers on a slight discount because it had like a scuff,
Yeah,
which a blemish, is purely cosmetic. It's
yeah.
nothing technical. Uh, so I think we got it for like 80 quid, but yeah, no, it's a solid riser, and I've given her my 30-pound Gobi limbs,
Yeah.
Yukas on it,
Oh,
and
yes.
that with a you know micro diameter arrow, that's a very quick bow because
Oh, I
I
can
think she
imagine.
draws to about 26 inches, so she's not getting a full 30 pounds.
Yeah.
But it does send a arrow pretty quick. Like her point on was at 50 meters for competition, which was pretty good.
I'm sure it's a Yuki, the Yuka Gobi limbs. Maddie said she shoots on us at all.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's a bit of like a bit of a fan club for the Yuka Gobi limbs because,
Yeah.
well, I think she shoots the Salengas actually. I
Oh,
think she,
sorry. Who was it? Oh, no, somebody I was watching this morning on YouTube on about Yuka Gobi limbs. Yeah. Yukas do seem, they've got a hell of a reputation.
yeah. I mean, I know you and Maddie were saying they're like not that super curved, but it's like I'm looking at them on my wall next to, my Hoyt and my Win and Win limbs, and it's
Yeah.
like that's a pretty deep curve. I know they're
Yeah.
not an absolute fish hook like borders, but they are. I'd class them as a super curve, just
Yeah.
compared to everything else. I've got like ILF longbow limbs as well from America, and it's like they're slightly reflexed, but you know. Yeah, I mean, I rate Gobi. I think it's I think they're solid. for the price point, they are really
Yeah.
solid.
I,
Uh,
I've seen more firms in the States producing the super curve limbs now. The only one
okay.
that springs to mind is Morris. But
The
there are a
Morrison.
couple of
Yeah.
Morris, a
Okay.
couple more as well, I think. But when you look at the price of some of these risers and the limbs on top, they make compounds look bargain basement. They make
That was the
flagship
thing.
compounds look bargain basement.
Well, that was the thing. It was like when got my Black Hunter, that was considered a like a luxury kind of bow. And it's like, I think riser and limbs, it's like £700, probably more now from inflation. But it's like back then that was like a, really luxury
Yeah,
purchase. But nowadays it's like, yeah, it's like Black Widow bows like thousands, and it's like,
yeah. I can't think.
oh,
I think it was about 1,600 quid. Cal paid for his. And I was looking, whose website was it I was looking on? I think there's a new online shop. Uh, do you remember the archery shop down in Poole that suddenly had all that?
is that the one like you do it online and the website looked really freaky?
No, it was actually a bricks and mortar shop, and something went
Okay.
on there. And it was all over the AGB page. Folks were having orders not turn up, this, that, and the other. And
I think they've got like a black and white logo, and I've been on their site, and it's got like a simulated like showroom that you like click.
oh, that's alternatives.
Oh, okay,
That's
okay.
alternatives. No, there's a new online archery shop opened up now called archery-shop.com or
It just sounds so
.co.uk.
sketchy though.
And I was looking at some of this. They'd got this trad riser, which was 900 and odd quid. The limbs were 900 and odd quid. And I'm thinking, the fuck?
Yeah,
1,800 quid.
I don't know. That smells of
Damn.
scam. That smells of
That's a
scam to
lot.
me.
That's a lot of money, that is. That's a lot of overtime.
Yeah, no, I mean, things are definitely just getting more expensive anyway. It's
Yeah.
I like a U longbow, grand, just costs a
Yeah.
grand, and it's like,
You think
you
with that
know.
though, how long do they have to season the U for? So they buy that piece of U. It's going to be years before they can make any money off it, isn't it?
Yeah, so I mean they're investing on like buying a piece of you and then I know like Joe Gibbs has said it takes him like 2 days to shape a log into a
Yeah.
functioning bow. So it's like not a lot of like man hour going into it. It's a lot of craftsmanship, don't get me wrong. Like as a carpenter, I can say that's a lot of, work and technical ability being put
Yeah.
into a craftsmanship. 100% charge what you want, but it's like a grand for a self bow is like that's still like pretty crazy,
Oh
especially
yeah.
with how many breakages I do see you having. And even over like long term, it's like the sapwood starts to lift from heartwood, and you got to you know thread it down and then seal that with like oil and wax,
Yeah.
to just keep the woods from separating. So that's like a bit of a crazy purchase. But have you ever seen a Gary Evans English longbow?
No, I've heard of them, but I haven't seen one.
They are so Gucci. Like honestly, like Google one like after recording this because they look absolutely
Okay.
insane. He always like there's one called like the Spartan, and he's carved like a hoplite helmet into the top knock.
Oh shit.
Like these are crazy, but they're like 900,000 pound bows kind of thing. But you can't custom order one from him because he only works through I think it's like the Wales Archery shop, Wales Archery,
Yeah, they're there.
and it's
The
like,
Atlantean, the Gary Evans Validus longbow.
yeah, just look at them, they're crazy. He does
Oh
like samurai
shit.
grips on them, like
Mate, that ain't Gucci, that's bougie.
yeah, that's honestly insane. I mean, I've seen so many like top class archers shooting them, but I think I like a cool looking bow, but that's a bit too
Yeah.
much for me. I'll just take black, just plain
Mjolnir.
black. Yeah, that one's got like an eye like carved into the top knock. It looks crazy.
I'm just just
Dear
having a look
listener,
now.
look it up. These bows
Oh,
look
hang on. Let me
insane.
see if I can get this in front of the camera before my phone goes off.
That's like a
That.
Hellhorn knock with like a silver opal inlay of like an eye into it. That is insane. Yeah, I'd hate
That
if I got
is
that and it
like,
popped out. Like I'd cry.
that's some next level shit, that is, isn't it?
Yeah, but they're really popular. Like they're really popular. But again, Gary Evans utilizes multi-laminations of different exotic heartwoods for
Yeah.
bows, and I think that most high-performance bows are multi-laminate exotic woods. I
Yeah.
think having that level of grain structure, uh, glued in like alternating laminations of different thicknesses, that just really improves the like performance of the bow. You
Right.
know, I
What you,
remember I remember reading about all the backlash like bamboo backing was getting
yeah.
like, from target archers because they're like bamboo's a grass, not a wood. Shouldn't be allowed. But it's like, a bow you can tell the difference between a bow shooting with
Yeah.
boo backing, compared to like one without is night and day difference.
Wasn't it the Royal Horticultural Society said that although it's a grass, we class it as a wood.
I have no idea. I just
There
know
was
that I can't
something
grow in my
about
garden
it
because
in
that's like
Enfast because somebody shot
garden
bamboo
terrorism.
arrows in a wooden arrow class, and it was accepted that for the purpose
Okay.
of arrows, it is
Yeah.
classed as a wood rather than a grass.
Okay. I know in the
I think the
so like in
grass
the
was the person
archery,
that complained.
I know in the archery GB rules you can't use bamboo for the arrows, and I'm pretty sure it says it in black and white, like don't be
Yeah,
doing that. And I think that again, if I could use bamboo, I probably would because the
yeah.
durability alone,
Oh, yeah,
insane. I think that there's a lot of I know, speaking to people who specialize in like Asiatic archery, where they do use either bamboo or carbon.
yeah,
Spine isn't an issue with Asiatic because you're shooting on the outside of the bow, and if you're like using some kind of like
yeah,
whatever, that negates the arrow needing to flex around the bow and pass through because you're actually opening a window for it to
yeah,
fly through. Um, but speaking to a few of them, a lot of them say that you need a very specific craftsman who understands bamboo to be able to turn bamboo rod into an arrow shaft. And I
yeah.
think that's why it's not as popular over here. Because I know you could probably get some like, you know, bamboo arrow off Amazon, like from China. But, it's just like, how much do I trust that to be, not Chinesey and then it's going to explode and splinter in my hand? I'm shooting off my knuckle.
Yeah, it's a little bit different to shooting off a shelf, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I always shoot with a slightly high knocking point, so I've never cut up my hand or my
Yeah.
knuckles like doing it because a lot of people seem to think wearing like a glove is like the way to go when shooting off the knuckle. But if you just raise your knocking point by like literally like 2 millimeters, no more scrapes on your knuckles.
Ah,
That, that's what I've been doing.
few
Like,
times I've tried a longbow, and they've always offered me the bow hand glove,
yeah,
and I
nah,
never use it. And I always end up with slices between my thumb and my finger.
yeah. Well, I think it's a double whammy issue because I think it's arrows not having their like fletchers whipped down good enough
Yeah,
or at all because I know like not dogging on him, but Richard Head, he doesn't whip down his feather quills
yeah.
and they look fucking sharp like in the pictures. Like that's a very angular cut for a fletch. So
Did his parents hate him when they named him?
yeah, I mean it's a funny name. It's a funny name. Richard Head.
Yeah.
Amazing craftsman, great bowyer, great
Oh,
bowyer,
yeah.
absolute
He makes
hero.
some entertaining YouTube videos as well.
He does. I mean, because he's got his son as well,
Yeah.
in the videos as well. I think it's Philip. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but yeah, it's like you know, great guys for the sport.
Yeah,
Funny name. Like, we've all met someone here with a funny surname like that. But yeah, it's like bow hand glove. I've never been a fan because I quite
yeah,
like using the uh because you can't have any sort of like clicker or anything
yeah.
like a draw check. It's like I always like having the pile.
Yeah,
As soon as that hits my hand, I know that's full
that's
draw.
full draw.
Let that loose. But no, so many people wear those gloves, and I just think they're a bit funny, and it's just a bit of like extra kit that you don't really need if you just set your bow up a bit more efficiently.
See, I'm waiting for somebody to rock up with one Bejeweled, giving it the full Michael Jackson.
I mean, again, it's like, could I wear like a big metal iron gauntlet, like,
Oh,
to protect my hand and, add some weight to it?
yeah. I'll tell you what, coming off topic slightly, if this goes ahead next June, uh, Johnny Bucket's well up for it. And he's a reenactor. He had quite a spectacular collection of armour.
Okay.
Yeah. He's a man to talk to about that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, that would be cool. That'd be cool just because it looks neat. But if you're just wearing like a little gardening glove with, keep your hand precious, it's like, it just raise your knocking point.
No, I can imagine you just walking onto the line in a full suit, clang, clang, clang down the line.
I really want to get a medieval salet or salet helmet because I think they just look the coolest. But it's just like just flipping the visor up, as you do like that. Like, that'd be cool.
You walk
Uh,
down the line like freaking RoboCop.
yeah, I am the law. Law of
Actually, what you'd
chicken.
need to do is get one of those cheap little, the directional indicator LEDs
Beep, beep, beep,
that
beep,
you can
beep.
stick on cars now to make
Yeah,
you can make your average Ford or Citroen look like an Audi with a whiz indicators. Stick
yeah,
one of those behind the visor as you're walking down, just flicking
that'd
zung
be sweet.
zung
Yeah, they're like
zung.
Daft Punk. Haven't we spoken about it? My trip to France, the
Oh no,
siege.
we haven't spoken about that yet. There were
Yeah.
some fantastic photographs.
Yeah, my missus did a great job.
Hell of a photographer.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'll let her know. She's great with
Were the
a
poses
camera.
your idea or hers?
Hmm?
The poses, were they her idea or yours?
No, that's all me. That's my theatrics. Thank you.
Yeah. No,
She's great.
they were some absolutely stunning photographs there.
Yeah, no. Yeah, my missus took me to France for my birthday, which was I like, as much as I meme French, meme on the French for being French. I love the country. I love the
Yeah.
food, people. A lot of people say like the French suck. I've met bad people from every country, so
Yeah.
I don't really see it. I had a great time in France. We stayed in a amazing like stone house that like had been owned by the family since like Napoleonic times, and like they had a record of Napoleon staying there during like
Wow.
his like trot through to Italy. It's in Boulogne-sur-Mer. Great
Yeah.
place. But yeah, we stayed there and we drove down to Agincourt, and what a cool little town anyway, except like all along the road they've got these big like metal cutouts of soldiers like from each side. So they got like, blue Englishmen and like with their longbows, and they got like little red knights all around the town. It's really cool.
Oh wow.
And we stopped off at the museum, and again, it's just one of those things like being like a big history enthusiast. I was like, why is
Yeah.
no one in here? Because it's just me and my missus. Like just absolute crickets in there. But I got a whole museum to myself. Like that was great. But they had all these amazing exhibits of like they have this like 7 foot like wall of like mud with like armor and like swords and crossbow bolts just like dug into it to like just
Bloody
show
hell.
how like deep like the mud would have been like on that day. And they've got all these like CGI animations of like what an arrow storm would have like looked like falling on you, and it's fucking scary.
I was going to say, when you think the amount of arrows, didn't they say the sky turned black with arrows?
Yeah, I mean,
You know,
if
that
you
it is an utterly terrifying thought.
yeah, and it's like if you think about each one of those arrows coming down, it's like being hit by a hammer.
Yeah,
Yeah, that would fuck you up. You can
yeah,
really see how uh bowmen were utilized in warfare back then
yeah.
because if you can do that much damage from really far away, yeah, I would train my country to do it too. Like,
So, I mean, I know Todd and Joe did that video showing that you couldn't penetrate high quality
yeah,
armor, but how many of the people on that battlefield would have had really high quality armor?
well, yeah. I mean, it's like, yeah, not all arrows go through all armor, but arrows will go through something. What if you were
Yeah,
just wearing like a bit of chainmail and brigandine, like
yeah.
whatever you're wearing? It's like there's going to be gaps, and there's enough arrows in the like coming at you
Oh,
that
yeah,
you're gonna find them. It's accuracy by volume
yeah.
at that point, especially with like, an arrow storm kind of thing. Uh, but yeah, no, it is just like, even with the videos like Todd and Joe did, where it's like, oh, the arrows, bounced off a lot and got broken. Well, it must have worked because, it won the Longbow won the day,
Yeah.
quite a few different times, different battles like
Oh,
Poitiers.
yeah. Like I say, I'd actually imagine very few on that battlefield had high end tempered armor.
Oh yeah, it's
Your
like,
squires and your men at arms, it's just going to be, it is going to be an absolute, it's just a nightmare, terrifying that there's that many coming down that you've got
yeah.
nowhere to hide.
Well, I heard a weird way of thinking about it is like armor of the day was sort of like your car. And it's
Yeah,
like, yeah, if you're quite well to do, you can have a Porsche,
yeah,
But if you're, not, and on the other end of the spectrum and you're still expected to go out there and fight and you're rocking, some like 20-year-old rust bucket, it's like
yeah,
that's what you got, and it would have been the same for like wearing armor.
yeah,
You had the finest Milanese steel
yeah,
for your lord and your lady. But then it's like you could just be wearing like a tin can, like
yeah.
something from like 1066. You could be just wearing some like ancient rusted family heirloom from like back then. It's like you could have had
Oh,
it,
yeah.
but it's like. Yeah, it's just like they wouldn't keep using it for hundreds of years,
No,
You wouldn't
no.
keep deploying it like a weapon that doesn't work. You wouldn't do that.
Well, I mean, we kept it even after
We kept them when we had
gunpowder.
guns,
Yeah,
Henry VIII, avid longbowman,
yeah,
he loved archery, so it made sense that, his maiden ship, the Mary Rose, had the best longbowman on it.
yeah,
And it's like, that's fair enough. But that was during the time of gunpowder and cannon.
yeah,
So but he's still using them. He's still
yeah,
using them in a militaristic way. He's not just having them as like, we still have like a company of longbowmen for like the royals.
yeah.
It's not ceremonial. It wasn't ceremonial having archers on the Mary Rose. They were there to do
Oh, they
one
were
thing,
there to
and
fuck
that thing
shit
was
up,
kill
weren't
the French.
they? They were there
Like,
to fuck shit up.
yeah.
When you
So it
think
is just
how
like
long would it have taken, unless they were using shot in a cannon, if they're shooting a cannonball, how long does it take to load and shoot a cannon?
I think there's three different types of cannon on the Mary Rose itself, and me and Brian were actually talking about why they had these like different kinds of cannon because you got the giant like 10-foot ones that are like loaded from the barrel how you'd expect like a cannon to be
Yeah,
loaded, and those would have been around like the midsection of the ship because it's going to swing back like 10 foot so you can load it.
yeah.
Then near where the ship starts to taper, there are these breech loading cannons. So they're actually in two parts, and you open the breech and you pack in the charge and the
You know
artillery,
what?
you know, and then
Every
you
day's a school day. I thought breech loading was something relatively new.
no, it's now I don't know if they have it like on the website, but man, if you ever come back down. Fuck, if you come down to Portsmouth again, like I'll meet up with you and we can go around there together.
Oh,
Love
so
doing it. Love that
so
museum.
cool.
But yeah, there's like you can probably see it online. There's like a cannon where it's got like a load of ribbing
Yeah,
by the back end of it, and that's for like breech loading because it's in like two different sections.
damn.
I'm sure like some artillery expert will fact check me, but yeah, there's different cannons for like different parts of the ship, and they would have had different loading times. It's
Yeah,
like, yeah, I could probably load a cannon, throwing a ball down with some charge, down the barrel and stomping it down quicker than loading a breech, and then having that, you know, all securely done so it doesn't explode and kill me and my friends. Like, it's like, yeah, but
but how
can't
many
happen to
arrows
me,
could have been
man.
launched
It's so
in
crazy.
that time?
Yeah.
You know,
Honestly,
particularly
they
when you
had
got
good tech
guys
back
up on
then.
the deck, when you got crew on the deck.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. We'll go to the Mary Rose at some point. I'd love to do that with you.
That's got
That'd
to
be
be done.
cool. Yeah.
That's one to take Johnny Bucket to as well, because he loves his history.
Yeah.
He'd
No,
be in his element down there.
that'd be awesome. There's a really good pub by it as well that we can stop by
Right,
it.
yeah, you definitely get on with Johnny Bucket because wherever you mention, he knows a good pub by it. It's
Yeah.
something about you Longbow men, isn't it?
He'll find it. He'll find it. But yeah, back to Agincourt
Yeah.
Adventures. They let me tip my bow around the museum. That was cool. Having to explain to a lady, like the lady that worked there, I was like, "Long the arc, like no arrow. Like, can I bring my bow?" And she was like, "Yeah, sure." Like, so I had like some pictures taken in there
Yeah.
with the big models they had, and that was like super cool. But yeah, great museum.
There was one photo that stuck in my mind. You with your bow down on one knee and your head bowed.
Oh yeah, so when you drive outside of the town of Agincourt, you get to the actual battlefields,
Yeah.
and it's not actually in like the right place. So there's two memorials that are either end of the like supposed field, but the actual battlefield is actually a bit away and near like a
Yeah.
roundabout. But yeah, it's just like there was a monument for uh the French knights had died, and didn't really get a great burial. So it's like a little monument there. And then on the other end is the great big pillar uh, for the English. But again, that's been moved from like World War II to like save it from damage.
Yeah.
Uh, a lot of things get moved around. Like, Stonehenge was craned apart and given a concrete bed and then put back. Everything's been moved around.
Messed with.
Yeah, but yeah, no, I just bound my head, honor the adversary. Like it's just, thing to do. I actually had
Yeah.
like quite a lot of French followers be like, that was cool. Cheers for that. Like, appreciate the sentiment behind that.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, yeah, we meme on it, English pastime is like fighting the French. Speaking to the like directors at the Agincourt Museum, they were like, "Yeah, we don't talk about this battle over here." And I was just like, "Well, why not?" And they were like, "Because it was embarrassing." And I was speaking like from an English perspective. It was like, well, over in the UK, it's like a very grand victory, and we all talk about it with like such high regard because the few against the many, the humble bow against, the armored knight,
Yeah.
it's a great victory for us, but to them it's very embarrassing and they don't like talking about it. So
Oh, I
that
can
was like
imagine.
quite weird, because they're very like, when talking about it. But again, it's just like so interesting and, just being able to just walk around the fields was super
Yeah.
nice. I took my boat, which, I don't think a lot of people get to say they do. Uh, But I think next time I go on an adventure, I want to go to Cressy and some other parts of France, and I want to take
Yeah.
my boat then as well. So I'm looking forward to that. Uh, I mean, I did want to go to Agincourt because I was very jealous of another archer, Kevin Hicks. Have you seen him?
He's the guy on YouTube, the History Squad.
Yeah, that's him.
Yes, I
He's
like
got a
his
little
stuff. Seems a very affable chap.
yeah, Kevin's badass. Love that guy. Hopefully I'll get to meet him soon. But he's got a talisman that's like a little pewter, it's called an ampule or an
Yeah.
ampulla. And his one is filled from soil from Agincourt. And I saw that and I said, I want one of those too.
Oh,
But
yes.
how do you know, you can't just go out and buy one of those online, you know. So I I bought a load of pewter ampules from a pewter craftsman who
Yeah.
like makes them the old-fashioned way. So he makes like a big marble like mold trip, pours the pewter in, and then I mean traditionally like pilgrims used to put like oil in them from different
Yes.
churches they went to, and then
Yeah.
you fill them up. But I filled my ones with soil from that I took from Agincourt, like the actual battlefield.
Oh,
Uh,
nice.
and then I sealed them up and I've been giving them out as gifts to other longbowmen. So it's like Brian, because he came over from the States, I gave him one.
Yeah.
And then anyone else I meet who's, you know, in the sniper clan,
Yeah.
I'll have them out. But yeah, it's just like a very cool little trinket. So I always wear it on my quiver. I've always got my little silver pewter ampoule full of Agincourt dirt just in there. But I want to get a different one for each battlefield. So I want to have one from Poitiers, I want to have one from Crécy, Harfleur. Like I want to just get loads of them, just like dangling off my belt. It's like
Yeah.
medieval bling. I think that'd be, super cool.
I think that is such an incredible idea as a gift, though. Such an original thing to give.
Well, you can't get it. You can't get it anywhere. Like me,
Yeah.
shooting an arrow into the dirt and then scraping the dirt off the arrow into a little Tupperware box that's in my bookshelf down there. That I've then like, I think to longbowmen it's something very sacred, something very special.
It
You know,
is. I mean, it's people very often don't think about things like Cressy and Poitiers, but everybody knows what Agincourt is.
I think that's because it was just like the most standout. Like
Yeah.
there were just so many things that just went wrong, but then
Yeah.
went so right. It's like, most of the English had fucking dysentery and were shitting their pants to death and just ripped them off. So then they're just shitting on each other's arrows and they just have to, you know, fight for a long time in
Yeah.
horrible, horrible mud while they're starving and just slept in a bush the night before,
Yeah.
against like the cream of the crop of France,
Yeah.
the French flowers, and we just wiped out so many families. So many French families just got absolutely destroyed in that.
The
Then there was
day
other weird
France
bits.
was deflowered.
Yeah, yeah, bam. There's other weird bits like, Henry commanding to kill the, captives. That was kind of
Yeah.
weird. But then it's like in his mind, it was like, oh well, if they rally, they're behind us, and then we're
Yeah.
sailing. Like that's not going to happen today. So
Wasn't that supposed to be reputedly the day that chivalry died?
I think yeah, because it's like, I mean, back in the day, it was like technically you didn't really want to kill a highborn knight because
No,
once
they
you
were
kill him and you
ransomed, weren't
sell him,
they?
yeah, you can sell him back and become a lord yourself. Why wouldn't you do that? That's like stock. That's like doing stock these days.
Yeah.
Um, and it's just like, yeah, we just took a load of highborn prisoners, sat them back, in the back lines, and then we are just like, okay, we've made an absolute killing now. Oh fuck, they could like, you know, try and get the upper hand of us, just put them
Yeah.
down. Oh, and it's just like, that's a bit fucked up, but you know, I know.
Shameful day for England. You can see why they did it, but it's still
Yeah.
a bit of a shameful day.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that's the thing. It's like it's such like a iconic battle as well for
Yeah.
England. And it's like I know Mike Loads, like, awesome historian. He always
Oh, I love his stuff.
yeah, he's got a great video on YouTube where he's talking to uh, Dan Snow, I think, another historian. And they're just talking about like the myths about Agincourt and Mike actually has quite like a realistic opinion about
Yeah.
how like Agincourt went down. Because he was like, yeah, that campaign was a bit fucked up anyway because it was just a king trying to take some more land to get some more
Yeah.
tax, just to get some more levy on it. But another weird thing is I went there because I've got ancestors who fought in Agincourt. Forgot to mention that.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, I when I was getting into my obsession with Longbow,
Yeah.
uh, yeah, reading all the books about Agincourt and the Hundred Year War, in a lot of them they reference the musters,
Yeah.
and that's just like the big war record of everyone in there. And
Yeah.
you can access them online. So I was going through them because they're only in the Southampton University, so it's quite close. But it's like I was going through it, and it's like my family name kept up, like coming up quite a few times, and like as yeomen and archers, and I was like, oh fuck, like because I know my family history. It's like my family's been here since 12th century, so
Yeah.
quite early on. It's like one of the original names from back in the day. Still quite a small family. It's not like Smith. I'm not a Smith,
Yeah.
But it's like going through it, it's like, oh fuck, I did have actual ancestors who, were at Agincourt and didn't die. So that's always
Yeah.
like a bit of so I know I'm from a good broth, a good stew, noble stock,
So the long blow literally is in your blood.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean I think I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit like, how has it taken like this long to get into it? Because I mucked around with Warbow in my early 20s, but that was
Yeah.
just like a strength thing, just like it was like a strength practice, but
Yeah.
I never gave it any second thought than it just being a big hard to bend stick, But then the more I've delved into it, the more interesting it's been. It's just like, it's a bit of national pride in there. Not the
Yeah.
bad kind, but like, uh, my family's been here for a long time
Look,
and it's
you're an
taught me to
Englishman.
embrace
National
it.
pride are two very dirty words.
Yeah, there's I like my country and I like the English longbow, and then there's the other kind which Mr.
Yeah.
Starmer doesn't like. You know. Yeah, nice. Yeah, France was awesome. Can't wait to go back. Hopefully, go back this year as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I went up to Scotland earlier this year as well, and I'm kicking myself that I didn't go to like, some of the big locations from battles,
Yeah.
Scotland. So I'm definitely going to do that. Uh, but yeah, I want to do more stuff in England as well. I want to go to here's a shout out, Tewkesbury Festival.
Oh,
Uh,
mate, I love Tewkesbury Festival.
yeah, catch me there in 2025.
This year was the first year in several I haven't been because it clashed with Liberty.
Okay.
Tewkesbury's normally the week before Liberty, so we go on the Sunday. Course
Yeah.
Johnny Bucket again. That's where he reenacts there, and Mark and Chelsea that were on many episodes ago. They reenact Tewkesbury as well. Uh,
Okay.
House of Stanley, and I can't remember the other house.
Yeah. I mean, I can't.
No, I can't remember what other houses there.
Yeah, I can't. Off the top of my head. I need a Wikipedia to help me out.
Yeah, but
Uh,
oh, it's. I mean, the very first reenactment I saw was literally 200 yards from me. There's a historic manor house,
okay.
and why they chose to do it, but they did an American Civil War reenactment there. There were nine of
Okay.
them. There were nine of them doing it.
Yeah, that's
And every time one of them got
mm.
shot, they ran into a tent, changed costume, and came back out again.
Oh, I'm
Of
dead.
course, the first time I go to Tewkesbury, I'm
Yeah.
amazed that there's 300 or 400 folks on the battlefield.
Yeah.
And then they do the entrance of the armies, and there's another 300 or 400 coming. And
Yeah.
I'm just absolutely blown away by it. It's an awesome day out.
Yeah. Well,
It really
I'm
is.
gonna be definitely gonna be going this year because I saw how cool it looked. I've only been doing longbow not that long. I've only been doing it, 8 months now,
Yeah.
8 and a bit months, so I'm quite like late to the party, and it's like by the time I figured out what Tewkesbury Festival was, and I was like, oh, there's loads of Longbow people going here, like I was already too late
It's
out there, kind of
there
thing.
weren't that many archers on the field, but it was amazing. Even watching like 20 aside
Yeah,
doing volley fire from one end of the battlefield to the other looked amazing.
yeah. Well, I mean, I went to the was it the summer equinox down south here.
Yeah.
It's like a big Viking festival.
Oh, that sounds fun.
It's at a I can't remember the name of the farm, but it's at a farm where they've dug up like artifacts from every time period.
Yeah.
They've got, structures from caveman times, like all the way out to like Iron Age kind of thing and Bronze
Bloody
Age and
hell.
everything. And they had like a little like, oh, meet the Vikings kind of thing. And I was just very interested in like the Viking archer, but it was just using an English longbow. And it's like seeing stuff like that, I was like, surely as a reenactor, you'd want like a proper, nine-dan bow with the funny
Yeah.
extended limb tips or like the tied-on bowstring with like the little copper nail.
Yep.
Really you'd want that instead of just like English longbow from a few hundred years later, Like, what did they mean by this? But
Well, I suppose, I mean, you look at history in schools now, and there's very little of that taught, so people don't know what was accurate and what wasn't accurate.
well, I mean, when I was at school, I just learned about like World War II in the 80s. I didn't really like that.
Oh,
And that was
we
never like,
did the Egyptians and then the Industrial Revolution.
I mean, that was like primary school stuff for me, but it's like all I remember was just like learning what the Sphinx was. It was never like anything like proper interesting. It was just like, I don't even think we went into like their cool gods or anything. It was literally just like, oh, look, there's a pyramid and they had pharaohs.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, I've gotten really into, history in my mid 20s, and it's just like, why couldn't they have done that at school? Because otherwise they're going to have been like,
Oh,
way
it'd have
more
been so much
educated.
more engaging.
Yeah, I mean, it's like my missus like learn about the Tudors and everything, which is, close to a time period I'm
Yeah.
interested in. So it's like that would have been cool. But yeah, I was doing like my GCSE history was about like fashion in the 80s in London. And it's just like, what the fuck does that even
Jesus.
mean? What the fuck does that even mean? What do I need to write an essay about that?
Yeah.
Like, that was a bit crazy. Yeah.
Androgynous outfits with some really good music.
Yeah. Yeah. And I learned about like the 1920s and I learned what like flappers were and the Charleston. It's just like, I don't need that. I do not need that information.
Why do I need to know what a cloche is?
Yeah. I want to know about Henry V and how he
Yeah.
got shot in the face and how he lived. I want to hear about that.
Oh,
Like,
yeah. I mean, we have had some absolutely amazing history in this country, and it seems like so much of it's glossed over now that
well, it's like the
kids never
Battle
get
of
a chance to
Towton is like
learn
the
it.
biggest like medieval battle, technically. I think it's like I'm pretty sure the Battle of Towton estimated numbers are higher than anywhere else in Europe because it's like
Jesus.
I think there's a Polish battle, but it's like the estimated number of combatants is like 45,000 to 66,000, but that estimate is so big.
Yeah.
Whereas Houghton is like 55 to 60. So it's closer. It's like a closer estimate. So in my mind, my very biased mind, I'm going to say it's the biggest battle.
You think
Like,
what was the population of England then? Maybe
probably
two,
not
three
that
million?
much. So that was a lot of dudes,
I bet it was two,
hiking up
three
north.
million. So you're looking like what 1, 2% of the population killed in a single battle.
Yeah, and a
That's
civil
huge.
war. Civil war as well.
Yeah.
Crazy battle anyway. Shooting into a snowstorm. Crazy. Absolutely crazy, dude. It's nuts. But no, it's just things like that where it's just like I think you just got to be a particular person because it's like I'm a weirdo to my coworkers because they're like, oh, why do you care about history? Well, it's because it was cool. It's cool and it happened. Like something that mad happened.
Yeah.
And we have recordings of it. Like, why wouldn't that be interesting?
Yeah.
But birds of a feather, I think is why I get on better with archers, than people who love Gavin and Stacey or whatever. But it's like, right. I want to talk about war. Like,
No, I said this contrasts such an incredible history. I
yeah,
mean, I can understand why you'd cover the Industrial Revolution in history at school because
it's
that
like
triggered
how, yeah,
a global revolution.
it's like
But
we invented railway or something, and that kick-started a lot of different
God,
trades and whatnot.
Arkwright spinning Jenny. I don't know why that stuck with me from school because I had absolutely zero interest in it.
Yeah. Oh,
I
yeah.
mean,
No.
for such a little country, we
Well,
had such
that's
a
what I find
massive
fascinating.
reach.
We're a very small little island colony,
Yeah,
and it's absolutely crazy, like how much we did. Like that's what I find.
yeah,
I mean, but that sentiment does get lost with a lot of like bad right wing kind of like supremacy kind of thing, like.
yeah,
But it's like I just appreciate it because it's like we're just little, Celtic dudes from a little island, and
yeah,
we like bows and arrows for a long time, and we learned to sail. Like
yeah.
I find that interesting. Uh, I really like the Cheddar Man history as well, like Aboriginal, uh, like British people. Like that's so interesting. Like little Cheddar Man, he's cool. Found him in a cave. Like, yeah, I love all that kind of history. I just think we do just have some very rich history that just gets overlooked by most people these days.
Oh yeah. I consider myself not so much these days with everything going on, but I consider myself very, very blessed to live in such an amazing country.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, oh my God, like how sad would have it been if I wasn't born like in a country with like a rich archery history with family heritage that, were involved in one of the most influential battles of the country
Yeah.
because of bow and arrow. Like I got pretty lucky. Like, you know, being born where I am, into the family I am, it's like, I got pretty lucky, especially for being big bow and arrow enthusiast. So it's,
Oh
blessed.
yeah. You count your blessings, don't you? You got to count your
Yeah.
blessings every single day.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just hope that I just hope like archery grows back into fashion. We
Yeah.
probably just need like another Hunger Games or something to come out to get people back into it. I being social media dude, I try and show it in like the coolest way. So if anyone does
Yeah.
come across it, like, it does get people like a little bit hooked on it.
Well, I think this is it. We, as archers, we have a responsibility to show it in a responsible way. I mean, I was reading not long back. One of the Australian states has banned bow hunting now. Is it South
Yeah,
Australia?
I think it's South Australia.
Other states are now looking at it, and this thing where you've got to show it in a positive light. Have you come across a guy named Chris B on YouTube?
Crispy. What?
He's
The compound shooter.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I've seen Crispy.
He
I
went
like his like videos where he's like trying to win a truck, like
yeah. He
with bad
makes some
compound.
amazing videos, but he went hunting. Uh, I haven't watched the video. I don't know if it was Australia he was in, but went hunting a species of buffalo.
Okay.
And obviously, when you shoot something that size, you keep sticking arrows in until it's dead. Same as if somebody shoots it with a rifle, they keep shooting until it's on the floor. Because if
Yeah.
that thing
That's how
turns
like
around and charges, it's going to stomp you into the ground.
yeah.
When he put the video out, he didn't cut the video after the first shot.
Okay, so it's him
Kept-
like just cracking it and just putting arrows through it.
Yeah, turned it into a pincushion.
Well, I mean, that's how
And
Native Americans did it for like fucking ages. It's how we took out like mammoths, in
yeah,
caveman time.
it
It's
is.
just like
But for the anti hunting brigade, that gives an incredibly bad image of hunting.
yeah,
You know, the trick is stop the video when the first arrow's gone in,
Yeah, and
before
then
you
you just
do
pose with it like,
before you do your hero shot,
yeah,
clean all the blood up so there's not blood and gore everywhere, because that offends a lot of people. And although the ban was already going in South Australia, they used that video as a final nail in the coffin.
okay, yeah.
And
I
that
mean, like, look
video,
how inhumane this is.
yeah, that video is now being picked up by other states in Australia proposing a ban because look how barbaric this is. Well,
Yeah,
that animal was dead at the first arrow, but the
yeah,
faster you can get the blood out, the quicker it dies. It's
yeah.
as
Or
simple as that. But
exsanguination.
yeah, again, I think that's part of. If he'd have shown the first arrow, then cut to the hero shot, clean the blood off so the ant isn't easily offended, don't go up in arms. Then I can't see there have been a problem.
Yeah,
But because he just showed this pincushion,
yeah.
it's
It's come
got
out like a pretty,
folks who've
goofy
been
bone.
sat on the fence about hunting that were neither way.
Yeah,
Got 'em, my God, yes, we need to ban this and ban it now.
yeah. No, it is a bit
And that there
crazy.
is a responsibility there we have to show the sport in a positive light.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so like you were speaking to Joel about like hunting culture in this country, because yeah, it is
Yeah,
basically a rich man's sport.
yeah,
Uh, but even with like, the archery ban, it was like that was really weird because it's like you can still hunt with a slingshot in this country. That's
yeah.
weird.
Oh, the
Like,
government are going after that as well now.
okay, like yeah, fair enough. I mean, I've got a slingshot. I like slingshot shooting. I think
Well,
it's
that came about because it's a favourite weapon for travellers,
yeah. Well,
and
put it in your pocket, innit?
some journalists got access to the WhatsApp groups.
Okay.
And as for every responsible hunter, you're going to get a minority of irresponsible hunters, aren't you?
Yeah, you probably got
That,
some Dennis Menace like shooting cats or something.
well, the journalists took this and took the worst of the messages and the images and
Yeah,
took them to the government, said, why aren't you doing something about this?
yeah. Well, it's is what it is. There's always going to be bad bunch and anything, and I
Yeah,
think that why you know promoting hunting in like the most you know the nicest way you can, just to try and keep some good rap on it.
yeah,
It's a bit of a weird one. It's like my missus is a vegan,
yeah,
so it's like very anti-hunting, just straight up. But it's like I think the best thing for vegan movement would be to only allow people to get meat from hunting, because
yeah.
not many people are going to hunt. People these days are very lazy and don't want to get up and do it themselves.
No,
And don't know where their food comes from. So I reckon if we had like no meat from farms and everyone had to hunt their own game, I reckon we would have a lot more vegans, a lot more vegetarians knocking around. So I don't. Yeah,
I mean,
you get that? Like,
Sarah Beaumont was vegan because she didn't believe in factory farming, and you can
yeah.
knock her for it.
Well,
When
that's the
she
thing.
met
It's like if
Josh,
you,
he
you
got
know,
out bow hunting, and now she only eats meat she harvests herself or he harvests for the family. And fair play to him, you can't knock it.
well, I think a lot of people just don't really understand how much goes into hunting as well. Because it's
Yeah,
like it's not just stick rifle out your car window and just have a crack at something in the field. It's like you've got to put up cams to kind of monitor what the wildlife in your area is doing. It's
yeah,
like, because I follow a lot of, trad hunters, from the States, is they're picking their buck. Like they're not just going out there and just shooting any, deer that
no,
comes by them. They're looking for the one that looks the oldest, doesn't look diseased, because what would be the point of putting an arrow, or a rifle, shot through
yeah.
an animal that you then cut open, see a load of white spots on its organs and go, that don't look
No,
right.
I've
You
just
know,
paid
you,
for a
you,
tag for that. That was my next couple of 3 months meat in the freezer there, and now I can't use it.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's literally just like you've got to monitor exactly what you're picking. It's like you wouldn't go to the shop and pick a bit of meat that's fucking gone green in the packet, would you?
No.
It's the same way if you're hunting an animal, you want to find the oldest one that's, most likely spread its genetic material,
Yeah.
the most, because otherwise they just become like angry bulls that beat up the juveniles to keep all the females to itself. It's like
Oh Lord, yeah.
it's just a form of conservation, and it's just like I don't think a
Yeah.
lot of people realize it, but
Well,
you
that
know,
friend of mine, Ryan Clark from South Africa, who runs the African Allure Safaris,
yeah,
during lockdown, they got, I think it was a Nyala bull that was old cantankerous
yeah,
and basically going around goring every other young bull he could find.
yeah. Well, animals, it's just
Brian
nature.
needed meat for
Right?
his freezer, so that was the one that got the arrow through it. And
Yeah.
it filled his freezer for lockdown.
Well, yeah, and it's like I think you guys were talking about Paige Pierce a couple of weeks back, and it's just like
Yeah.
she donates a lot of meat to different communities in the country, and it's just
Yeah.
like she feeding people, taking a old angry animal out of the ecosystem, paid a lot of money to do it, so now poachers get shot at if they want
Yeah.
to do the same thing, but on a
Exactly.
weird mass scale, it's like it is an industry that does protect.
I
You know,
got the aunties to say, no, nobody ever eats giraffe. Guess what? If you're a subsistence village in Africa and somebody rocks up with a giraffe, you're eating it.
I mean, I watched a video of the Hadza crack open a baboon head and just
Yeah.
start scranning it. Like, if you're out there, you know, in like third world country, straight up, it's like you're gonna eat
You're hungry,
what you
you
can
will
get,
eat what's there.
Yeah. So it's just like I totally totally get it,
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't be. I'm not, I want to eat giraffe right now. I want to know what it tastes like, but it's just like if I was, from a poor little village
Yeah.
and I'm hungry, yeah, probably would, Like,
Oh, damn right.
depends where I
Nothing
am.
goes to waste. I mean, they'll use the bone to make trinkets that they can sell to tourists as
Well,
well.
yeah, they can turn it into jewelry and they can turn it
Yeah.
into beads and everything. Like, I mean, it's why like Native American culture, did so well. It's because they kept using parts of the animal, you know,
Yeah.
to live. It's like that's your clothing, that's your building material for your
Yeah.
teepees and ammunition for your arrowheads. Like you can just make everything out of it. You could boil a stomach and turn it into a bag or like a water bottle.
Well,
It's
they
just
do, don't they? They use goat stomachs as water bottles and sheep stomachs as water carriers.
well, yeah, it's just like you can use it. You can use every part of it, and
Yeah.
that's good. That's cool. That's cool.
Well, I mean, I watched the thing with Cameron Haynes, somebody going around Cameron's trophy room,
Yeah,
and the term trophy hunter was one coined by the media. He said, every animal to me is a trophy. And the
yeah,
reason I mount that animal on the wall is I've eaten that animal. That's fed my family.
yeah.
And he can tell you where and when he shot every single animal and the story behind it. And he said,
Well,
it's
that's the
just,
thing. It's just like a form of like reminiscing, isn't it?
yeah,
It's a reminder, and
yeah,
it's honoring the animal as well in a way because you get to see it every day and go, that's cool.
yeah. You know,
Animal
he
probably
said
left
he will say
a
thank you.
cool
You fed
life.
my family.
Yeah, no, I get that. I totally get that. I
Yeah,
think in this country, it's just like we've just come too far, and things like hunting are just so alien to most people that it's
yeah.
just like easier just to be like, you know,
Most folks are what I call them checkbook killers. They'll
yeah,
happily have the Sunday roast as long as somebody else has gone out and done the unpleasant part for them. And people are so disconnected from food.
yeah. Well, that's just it though. It's like I don't like honestly, I don't eat that much meat anymore. I'm still meat eater, but I just don't eat much of it. But
Yeah,
it's like if I eat meat now, I don't have it with anything. I just eat it for like meat flavor.
yeah,
But like when I watch my buddies eating like a steak with ketchup, I'm like, you dog, like
yeah.
what are you doing? It's just made me appreciate like my food more,
I
really.
like it with just a bit of pink Himalayan salt on.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
me.
that's what you need.
That's
That's good. That's good. That. Yeah.
yeah. So I can taste the meat.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, being eating like a lot of vegan food and everything, and my my partner is vegan. It's like a lot of my friends are like, oh, the meat tastes so good, but it's like I've never seen my mates eat it without sauce. And I
Yeah,
remember saying to one at a barbecue, he was like absolutely dousing his food in like sauce, and I was like, why don't you eat it without the sauce first?
yeah.
He just went, oh no, because it won't taste nice. And I was just like,
You
ah,
joking?
yeah, it was just some bit of like char grilled chicken. And I was just like, ah, well,
Yeah.
like, what are you talking about? Like, I think a lot of people just like hate on it as well for just like being
Well, I'm
different.
going back on carnivore New Year's Day,
Yeah.
and I found last stint I did on carnivore, I was getting addicted to lamb fat.
Okay.
My God, is it tasty? I mean, do you ever have beef dripping as a kid?
Yeah. Yeah. Beef tallow. Yeah.
Imagine that, but 20 times tastier.
Well, it's like
And
at my family Christmas or something, my dad does this like amazing like honey mustard pork. And
yeah,
it's just like he cut all the, honey pork skin off and put it like under the roast. So it's like I was just scrambling that. I was like, that's
yeah.
a yummy bit. Like I want to eat that bit as well.
Well, actually, before I lost, before the teeth went, I used to love on a Sunday. I'd make sure Mum cooked the crackling off the pork,
Yeah.
and for supper, I'd have a crackling sandwich.
Crackling say, yeah, okay, you eat for that,
Absolutely loved it.
dude. What the fuck? Okay.
But when I was last run I did on carnivore, Asda had got some lamb rump steaks at a really
Okay.
good price, and they'd got a good amount of fat on them. So when I
Yeah.
cooked them in the air fryer, you'd have all the fat sat in the bottom.
Yeah. That's good for like
And
potatoes and stuff as well.
oh, sod the potatoes. Sod the potatoes. The one day I just thought, I wonder what it tastes like. Dip my finger in it, and it's, oh my God, this is like a lamb on steroids. This is.
Okay. Okay.
Flavour was so intense. Of course,
Yeah.
on carnivore, you have to make sure you're getting enough fat in your diet.
Well, yeah, it's like, fat
Yeah,
is
I
good for
mean,
you.
when I
Right.
started, I was doing way too little fat. I was eating not a lot of fat, and I was getting like over 200 grams of protein a day down my neck.
Okay.
So it was
Yeah.
make sure I get fattier cuts. And
Yeah.
when I cooked them, the little dish I cook them in the air fryer, I take that out, and I'd just go sit there with a teaspoon and
A
eat the
spoon
fat,
is
and
scratching
it's,
that.
oh mate, it's amazing taste, absolutely gorgeous. But I'm thinking
Yeah.
again, it's just using everything you can of the animal.
Yeah.
You know, to have something slaughtered and only use select bits, it's disrespectful to the animal.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Use
Because then it's
everything you
like,
can.
where's the rest going? It's like just going in the bin. It's just going in landfill. It's like,
Yeah, no, can't do that. I mean, I'll buy more organ meat now as well. Lamb's
yeah.
hearts are beautiful. Uh,
Okay.
beef
I
liver.
think one of my buddies is a chef, and he like cooked up like kidneys and liver, and I fucking hated that. It tastes like pennies. Didn't like that.
I
I
think
mean,
pig's
I mean,
liver's
you'd
quite
probably like liver or something, but I think that's
pig
just
liver's quite strong. I found cow liver is a much more subtle taste, and I just cook it low and slow in the pan till it's cooked all the way through. It's
yeah.
really tender and a really nice taste. But I've got some
Okay.
lamb's kidneys in the freezers, and next time I make burgers,
Oh, you just slip some of that in there.
I'm going to mince down the kidneys and put the.
Okay.
Oh, we have steak and kidney pie. You know, why not? Why not steak and kidney burgers?
Yeah. No, that's fair enough.
It's because I mean, I'd love to be able to afford to buy the really good grass-fed, grass-finished beef. But by
Yeah.
God, is that expensive? And on carnivore, I mean, when Kopi was doing it, he was going through more than 30 kilo a month, just his own, of this grass-fed, grass-finished beef.
Yeah, but then that's going to be so expensive as well. Just
Yeah,
like
that's, I
any
mean,
meat.
it's ridiculous amounts of money. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll use just supermarket mince, which, yeah, I'd like to be able to do it on all grass-fed, grass-finished, all that. But
Yeah. I always found
You
like
know,
supermarket
bills
mints like a
bills
bit
come first.
horrid. I always found supermarket like whenever I'd like cook beef mince like for like chili con carne or something, it would just be so much water and it'd just be grey like when it's
Yeah.
cooked. And I just didn't like that.
Oh, the stuff out from Morrison's isn't bad, but I have to go there because everywhere else is doing lean mints, less than 5% fat.
Yeah.
And on carnivore, you need to be between 15 and 20% fat in your mints. Morrison's do a nice 20% fat
Okay.
mints. So I'm
Yeah.
thinking, my eldest daughter bought me a mincer
Yeah.
Christmas because I'd been on about getting one. So she bought me this. So later this
You'll be
week,
like a
I'm going to try
butcher
and.
now. It's just grinding your own meats.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to get one because, I mean, I want to start eating more wild game.
Yeah. Okay.
And that giving up the game, you get a chance to buy whole carcasses. I mean, the first time I peeled a deer in the kitchen was, you know, fair play to my missus. I've got my phone on the side
Yeah.
with a YouTube video how to skin a deer, and I'm going along with this YouTube video skinning a
That's
fallow
crazy.
deer
Aren't
on
you
the
meant to like
kitchen
hang it
work
up?
surface.
Aren't you meant to like hang it up because it's like a
It's easier.
stick
I hadn't got a
there?
gamble at the time, so I just laid it on its side on the kitchen work surface and
Yeah.
peeled it.
That's crazy.
But I tell you
Proper
what,
Hannibal Lecter
it's
kind of style.
it really does put you in touch with your food.
Yeah.
Really gives you a connection with it and you appreciate it more. And I say I did that butchering that day's butchery course a few years back where the keeper was literally bringing in. You didn't see him disappear off on his quad. You'd hear the shot and he'd be back.
Yeah.
So it was carcass inspection, grelocking, skinning, and butchering.
Yeah.
And it is so satisfying to sit down to eat something when you've been so involved in
Yeah. I mean,
processing that
I've
animal.
never done that with like a whole ass deer. I've only done it with like rabbits and like pigeons and like pheasants and that. You know, I've
No,
never whole ass deer like skinned it on a kitchen table and it's just like,
oh mate, that was incredible. I say Rich brought it up to me, and there's me and him bringing it out the back of his car. Of course,
yeah,
you know somebody that was that was a deer manager, and
yeah,
obviously
yeah,
when they have to do the cull, and my next door neighbour walks out, looks across, and said, "Rich, I'm not even going to ask what you're doing. As there's two of us humping, humping
yeah.
a dead
Random
fallow doe
scene.
out the boot of his little Audi."
That's mad.
But it gives you so much more of a connection to your food. Of course, I mean, how many
Yeah.
kids think food comes from the supermarket?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like, I grew up on a farm, so I'm like, not a working farm, but farm nonetheless. It's just like I was always more outdoorsy, and it's just like I know what goes on,
Yeah,
kind of thing. So it's like I feel again, I think something just about like, you know, field archers as well. It's just like I think we all had pretty similar like upbringings and like views, because it's like I can't no one at my work would like get this, kind of thing. But I think it's just like if you're born more in the woods or more in the town kind of
yeah.
thing. But no, I totally get that. Uh,
Yeah, and I think I live in the middle of a massively urban environment,
yeah.
and I think that's why the archery is so special for me, particularly field archery, because you're in the woods.
But that's the thing, it's like I like my club because it is in the woods, but it's in a big clearing
Yeah,
in the woods. So I'm still getting that kind of like woody vibe, but it's still big mowed lawn,
yeah,
shooting out to like 200 meters kind of thing, having a blast. But yeah, I mean, there's only a few like 3D clubs and yeah, like field courses around where I am. I mean,
yeah.
I've had an invite to shoot at Company of 60, so I'm gonna
Oh, you've got to do it.
yeah. But I've said to the guy who's invited me, I've said like, I need to get my Archery GB stuff like out the way.
Yeah,
That's what's eating me up in like my head. So if
yeah,
I know like a lot of people are like, oh, if you shoot like outdoors and indoors, it trains for 3D or whatever, like, I'm so polar opposite. I've got to concentrate solely on whatever my main goal is before
Yeah.
I move on. So I need to do that. I need to get that out of the way, and then I'm free until I get my next main quest going.
I know. I said I'm going to split my shooting next year, but the more I think, the more I'm thinking, do I just go 3D and trad for the year? Do I take a year away from the compound, or do I
I
just
think
split my
I think you
shooting?
might I think you might get lost in trad though. I think you may never get back to the compound. Honestly, dude, after switching to English longbow, my missus said to me, she was like, "When are you going to shoot your recurve again?" And I had that, when you get that like internal twinge, I had that
Yeah.
feeling of like I might not, I might just stay with longbow because it is just something that just speaks to me. And a massive shame because I've got such a lovely bow, but
Yeah.
I'm thinking, do I go back to it? Do I not?
See, I still love shooting a compound. I like that pinpoint accuracy.
Yeah,
And I think it's, yeah, I'm not pinpoint accurate. I'm distinctly average, but
the service to yourself, sir.
it's it's easy to achieve that accuracy with a compound in a
Yeah,
quicker time frame, or not pinpoint accuracy. It's easy to achieve a reasonable level of accuracy with a compound
yeah,
than it is with a trad bow. And I think there's still that bit of fear of, oh my God, how many arrows am I going to lose? Am I going to break? But I've always loved watching trad shooters.
yeah,
Like I say, I don't care what anybody shoots. I love watching people shoot. It's
yeah,
amazing to watch them. And last time we spoke, I was like, it really does sound a bit appealing. And there's just still that little bit of fear there of trying it.
yeah,
And then having spoken to Maddie, she's just like, fuck this, I've got to try this.
yeah. Well,
I've got to try this.
my biased opinion, maybe like give yourself like 3 months to like solely just trad, like just do a bit of trad in your garden, at a
Yeah,
club, at a few shoots, and just see how you get on. Because if you're at 3 months and you're like, like, I could take it or I could leave it. It's like,
yeah,
okay, shoot split. But if you're at 3 months and you're like, okay, I'm got the hang of it now. I'm getting there, like all in. Then
yeah,
you'll know by then. Because that's what I was like with my longbow. So I was just doing, very crappy. Like if you go back like to when I announced like I was switching, if you look how like all my gear just didn't really mesh together. I looked a bit lost, with my gear
yeah,
suggestions and everything. And then it was a case of doing that for 3 months. And then I was like, okay, this is it. Like I
yeah,
know exactly what I need to do to get where I want to get. And then I was like, okay, I'll invest more into it.
yeah,
Yeah, I think you should do that. Definitely.
yeah.
Like after 3 months.
You can get into it for a very low cost as well, can't you?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like all you need is just a bow and an arrow,
Yeah.
as long as it's got feather fletching, it's like you could shoot off. Like I've got a Roland Snake recurve, which is just one of those
Oh,
25 pound.
yeah.
Like,
Ambidextrous bows I used to have again
yeah,
sessions.
yeah. I just put a bit of Velcro on the shelf, and I just fletched one of my old arrows with a feather, kind of thing. And
Yeah,
it's great for showing people like traditional archery kind of thing. It's like you can get into it pretty cheaply. If that whole setup costs like under 60 quid, so
well,
you
I've got
can
my
get into
Black
it.
Hunter upstairs, and it's a
Yeah.
nice bow. But I want something with just a little more poke that is going to be a little more forgiving to set up. I want to say I've got a lot to learn. I've got to learn about the basics of bow tuning, and it's easier tuning. There's a lot less to tune on a trad bow than there is on a
Yeah.
compound. But then I've also got to learn arrow tuning.
Arrow tuning isn't as scary as people make it out to be. You can, because the thing with me was I used to buy like random Chinese arrows off
Yeah,
Amazon when I was a lot younger,
yeah,
and I didn't really like. This is very personal. When I was like getting into the more technical side, I would get very like I wouldn't want to watch videos because then I'd feel like lesser for watching
yeah,
them. Uh, So I was very late to tuning because I was very like, oh, I've been shooting for a long time, so I must know, but I didn't know anything when I was
yeah,
like 16 kind of thing, you know? And then it was, only in my 20s have I started like actually going pretty hard on the tuning
yeah,
and, put the ego aside to really understand what's going on,
yeah,
listen to someone who obviously like knows more than me. Uh, and it's actually not been that bad. It's like tuning, I find tuning woodies easier
yeah,
than carbons, and that's just because I can cut wood like in my house without an arrow
yes,
saw. Like, I can just go at it with a hacksaw blade,
yeah,
take a bit off. But with carbons, you can really just shortcut it by just changing point weight.
yeah,
Uh, so if you just get your spine, in a rough ballpark, you can just adjust your brace height a little bit, up and down. You can up and down your point weight, and that's a really easy way of
yeah.
shortcutting the tuning,
So, I
you know.
mean, it's a lot easier to get the right spine for carbons as well, because you look at Victory's spine
Yeah.
chart and you put everything, the IBO, the bow in, and that gets you really, really close.
Yeah, no, exactly. You can, I'm pretty sure most
And with the
arrow
release, you
producers.
get clean releases. That's going to be the hardest bit.
I
Getting the draw
mean,
length spot on, getting the form right before I think it's
yeah,
pointless me trying to tune if my form's not bob on.
yeah. I remember Grizzly Jim saying like, no bother tuning an arrow if you can't even like shoot right at the start because,
Yeah,
you know, arrow tuning, it's like if you're pretty solid with your form and your technique and everything, it's like a well-tuned arrow would just make you better. Whereas if you don't really know what you're doing with your form and everything, it's just going to make you know,
yeah.
a bad shooter just like moderately better. It's just like,
Well, I was talking to Maddie about they call it PAC, the Push Archery Centre of Knowledge,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
which would be best for me. Cody Greenwood's bow tuning or Tom Clump Senior's solid shot mechanics. And he
yeah.
said, go for solid shot mechanics first. So
Okay,
that's going to be the first of those two courses I buy. Like I say,
yeah,
it's pointless knowing how to tune it if you can't get a clean release and every arrow's coming off the bow different.
yeah, yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair.
So I think the investment is going to be, like I say, you can get decent ILF riser cheap, decent limbs cheap enough now with today's
Yeah,
technology, and the stuff coming out of China is getting a really good reputation. So I think it's going to be worth investing in the courses to invest in me
yeah.
rather than
That's
just the
fair.
equipment because it's this bit behind the bow that's the problem 90% of the time, isn't it?
Nah, nah. It's always a bow. It's never me. Never me. I mean, with like my archery, it's like I'm not afraid to post bad shots.
Yeah,
And I think a lot of people like that because it's like I
yeah,
don't have to be the most accurate longbowman to walk this earth. Like, by no means, there's people a lot better, than me out there. But it's just like I like showing misses. It keeps it genuine, keeps it.
yeah.
I'm not trying to pull the wool over anyone's eyes and trick them into thinking I'm some like fucking madman with a bow. But it's just like, if I have good shots, I'll show them. If I have bad shots, I'll show them. I like doing videos showing my arrow flight because, even if I spend like a long time tuning or whatever, or building my arrows, it's like I'll film them. And even like if the arrow flight sucks a little bit, like, I
Yeah.
just
That's the other
show
thing
it
about
all.
trad. The arrows are slow enough you can watch them and you can see that
Yeah.
gorgeous spin.
Yeah. I mean,
Compound, it's just like dink and it's there.
yeah, longbow's a bit crazy because it's like some of my arrows, you'll see them. like really spin,
Yeah.
and then they'll just look like they're like static. They're not spinning
Oh
anymore.
wow.
But that's when they're like being locked out to like 90 and 100 meters. Like that's when you see them
Yeah.
really stop spinning. It's really weird. It's really weird.
So
Might
if
be
you're filming in slow mo, is that rotation speed the same as the frame rate then? So it appears to be static.
I don't know. I don't know, Richard. I click slow mo on my phone and my phone does it, and it is slow enough that I can see things like frame by frame. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. Like, I'm just
It's all
do it
right.
with
It's
a
one of my
phone.
favorite questions. Why is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not technology minded. But no, I mean, I think tread tuning. I think you can get pretty good at it. I mean, I
Yeah.
spent for my nice arrows. I spent a month making them, but I went actually insane trying to get them to the level of quality I wanted. I was weighing them every time I added varnish.
Yeah.
Sanding them back. I was, spinning them in water to see which way the grain
Yeah.
orientated. Uh, I made some crazy new fletchings to try and utilize other bits like they're barreled. I just threw the book at them for getting them so technically
Less down a
perfect.
rabbit hole, more down a mine shaft.
I'm going to the center of the earth, dude. Like I'm falling quick. But when I finished them, I took them to the field and I bare shaft tuned them. And to my absolute shock and horror, they sucked like right out of the bat. But then I changed my knocking point and they flew like a dream.
Oh
Like
wow.
they were hitting gold at 30 meters unfletched.
Jesus.
I was, and they were like grouping as well for
Yeah.
unfletched arrows. I did a video about it, uh, but it really scared me because I was like, oh fuck, I've just spent like basically a whole month getting the bare bone or like the shaft, the pile, and the knuckle
Yeah.
already, staining them black, getting them varnished and oiled and everything. And then they didn't fly right, without stabilization at the back. I was livid, and
Oh,
then
I
I
can
just
imagine.
switched my knock point, raised it up a little bit, and they just flew like absolute darts, like in slow mo. You can see them, like they're not fishtailing, they're not
I
porpoising,
saw that one
coloring.
video of it landing, and I think I messaged you about it because it was just, uh, what were you, 30 meters or something? That one.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was insane to see a
yeah.
bear
It's
shot
like you could,
fly like that.
yeah, they started flying like dead straight, like, and I was just like, okay, I didn't waste a load of my time and resources doing
Yeah.
it. Uh, yeah, I
And like
went
I
down
said,
there insane
the
doing those
longbow
ones.
is so unforgiving as well because you're
It,
shooting around the bow, aren't you?
yeah, and again, there's just some like weird little technical things that you can skirt around that. So it's like if you use a warbow, it's going to be wider, and
Yeah.
then you need a slightly weaker arrow to really bend around the bow.
Yeah.
But then if you use a Victorian style, because they're like skinnier, you can
Yes.
get away with using a stiffer arrow. So it gives you a bit more forgiveness in what kind of like arrow spine you're dealing with
Yeah.
because everything's going to be different. But it's just been such a weird little tunnel I'm just digging through.
Yeah, but it's been
I definitely want
fascinating
more.
watching you though.
Thank you, thank
So
you.
entertaining.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's the thing. It's like yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's quite hard to be like a archery like content creator
Yeah.
because there's only so much you can show before it starts getting a bit stale. Because
Oh
it's like
yeah.
with my longbow posts, it's like I try and speak about whatever's like in my mind or a change I've done,
Yeah.
uh, and how I've like, got around it kind of thing, or just like thoughts and feelings about whatever that day. But it's like trying to do like weekly posts or multiple posts like within a week, it does get pretty tricky because it's like unless you're showing off new gear or a new technique or anything, it's
Yeah.
gets quite hard to be, on top of it because there's so many times you can just show a good group in the gold and just be
Yeah.
like, well, that's what I do, because I don't do that every time, I find that
Yeah.
bit disingenuous. Like I had a string of posts where I was talking about my frustration because I was like, how come I went from being a really good recurve shooter to a very average longbowman? How do I get over feeling frustrated with my shooting? You know, and then I had to do all that building back up and
Yeah.
then get the skill up, and then from then I could be, quite confident in my skill with it. So it's a lot of personal journey in it, especially it sucks going from like I'm still in the same sport, but I've switched styles and now I'm at level one. What the
Yeah.
fuck?
I
That
think it helps
sucks.
people really relate to you, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, I hope I can just be, you know, someone people can talk to about it. I like
Yeah.
people messaging me and kind about archery, love it.
Well, was it
You know,
last week or the week before? I said to you that I'd had I hadn't posted a lot of archery stuff on Instagram because I think I'd just you get to a point where you think I don't want to be constantly looking for good content and really nice photos. I just want to go around the woods with my mates and shoot.
yeah. Yeah, no, I get that. It's like usually at like the start or end of a session, I'll be like, okay, now it's time to get pictures, and then it's like the
Yeah,
hard work in between that. And it's like every time I've filmed like the hard work of me just shooting doesn't do well.
no,
Instagram doesn't like that, but Instagram likes the crazy angles and interesting photos. So it's
yeah,
just balance trying to squeeze in a bit of content creation in with actually living up to what I'm putting out.
yeah,
But that's just it. If I only put out pictures of gold ends and really high groupings really far away, and then it gets competition day and I suck,
yeah.
who looks the fool? I can't go on there and be like,
I'd often thought, should I just shoot some groups and put the worst group and the best group of the day? You know, this is
well,
when this is when I don't shoot right. If
yeah,
I do shoot right, this is what happens.
yeah. No, I've done some reels like that. I've done some videos where it's like I'll film my first end, and it's usually quite rusty. They'll be going all over the place.
Yeah,
And then I'll film the last end when I've been shooting for a good like couple hours, and you can really see you see the
yeah,
difference between cold shots and warmed up shots like at range because it's
yeah,
like doing it at 20 meters, like I can hit like that leaf challenge I did in November.
yes,
It's like I can hit a leaf at 20 meters, but it's like if I wanted to hit that leaf at 50 meters, oh okay, gonna
yeah.
have to film that a lot, to get
I
that
liked
done.
your mini playing card challenge as well.
I really want to get a deck of like cards that have like knights on them to do for the English longbow.
Yeah.
Plus, it'll be a slightly bigger card because it's normal. Because I did miniature cards last time, you
I want
know.
to see you do miniature cards with a longbow.
Nah, please don't torture me. Don't torture me, man. Um, I want to get some. I think a little playing card deck with like knights and horses on it would look cool, just
Oh, that'd
because
be, yeah, that would actually.
it goes with a theme. I like longbow and shooting knights. I think it's.
You
I
need
really
to
want to get like
go
a
into a
six of
charity
four
shop
type
and
of
find a jumbo chess set.
jumbo chess set where I hit like a big, big,
Just
big nine
hang them
piece.
in front of the boss. Yeah,
Okay.
knights and rooks,
Yeah.
knights and rooks hanging and just pin them to the boss.
I want to get some big 6 foot like celebrity cutouts of Boromir from Lord of the Rings.
Ooh,
Because I think that'd be cool. I want to see
yeah.
how far would I compare to Lurtz in Lord of the Rings shooting Boromir? Could I do it from further? Who knows? Let's find out. I
Yeah.
think that'd be cool. I know Tim from Black Arrow Longbows down in Princetown. He shoots like a Boromir cutout when he does his roving
Oh
with his
wow.
friends, and that looks badass. He's a great guy. Yeah, there's definitely some more interesting stuff I want to do. I want to shoot in a helmet. I think that'd be very interesting. Uh, I want to see
Yeah, I
how
thought it'd look
that would be.
cool shooting in sunglasses, but yeah, in a helmet would be awesome.
Helmet and sunglasses, both.
Helmet with a set of pit vipers over the front.
Yeah. I could get a good brand going. I could get a big brand going.
Oh, that'll be good. Right. I am going to say what I want to do next June. I mean, I've discussed it with you, discussed it with Alex, discussed it with Maddie, discussed it with some of the others.
Yeah,
Going to try and get former guests together
yeah, the
around the
round
table.
table.
Yeah,
Yes.
there are so many different. Simon said he'd be up for it if Ray doesn't book him for a weekend camping.
Oh yeah, nice.
I mean, we shoot different styles. We've all got different experiences, but we all love to
Yeah,
talk about archery. And I think just to sit us down, it'd be such a lovely evening. We
I
could
think
talk
so.
so much stuff.
Yeah,
But I spoke to Alex down at Hybrid Archery. He's well up for it. Of course, he's been a guest on there as well. I did an episode
yeah,
just on hybrid, as well as doing 4 hours of drunken mayhem in his indoor range.
yeah. I think that'd be proper class, especially all of us getting to because we're all like quite a close knit community on like
Yeah.
online. So I think being able to like sit down and have some fun together, go out for a shoot or whatever,
Oh yeah.
that'd be good.
Yeah. Have a shoot, get a barbecue going, and then just sit down and everybody talk bollocks.
Yeah, just chat shit for a
Mate,
how long have you got? Have
I
you hit
specialise
6 hours
in
yet?
chatting shit, and people seem to quite like it.
I like it. I was listening to your episode with Joel like on the train down, when I was going to go see my family for
Yeah.
Christmas. It's like you just made my 2 hour commute just like absolutely drip away. Like that was great. So
Mate, I have never been as scared in my life, I'm telling you.
yeah, yeah, honestly, great. That was a great episode, dude. Like honestly,
Oh, it was
with them.
such an absolute privilege to get to talk to him.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I think it's the same with all the guests I've had on. I've been so blessed to have conversations with such amazing people who've got really good stories to tell.
yeah.
You know, they're all the very best there is to be about archery.
Oh yeah, it's just
You know, so
just the
recordings I've done with
game.
Angel and Anthony in the States, Ryan from South Africa, you,
Yeah,
Maddie, Simon, everybody I've sat and had a conversation with, Alex, the guys that shoot at his place, the folks from Paget. It's
yeah,
you genuinely feel blessed to have come across so many awesome people and get a chance to sit down and share experiences with them.
yeah. Well, I mean, that's what I really want to, see you guys like in person, and you can
Yeah,
marvel at how cool I am, and I get to shake everyone's hands and
yeah.
have a bit of a shoot off. Like I think that'd be insane. You know,
Especially if I'm going trad.
yeah. Oh man, yeah. You better brush up soon, dude. You better get on it, like, get ordering. Like,
I've been looking, but I'm thinking, hang on till the end of January. Of course, January is always a long month after Christmas.
yeah, yeah. No, it's
Especially
the
just having
worst
had the
time.
grandson arrived.
Yeah. No, I get that. Not the
And,
grandson
and
thing. I get that. January being the hardest, it's like I get paid on the 20th of December, and that's going to last me till next payday, which is
yeah.
January. So it's like, ooh, panic
Oh,
mode.
I'm always a stickler now. Because when I was younger, I'd think, yippee, I've got extra money. And then you realise, shit, no, I've got to get to the end of January. That's a fucking long
Yeah, that's
time.
going to be my first year of doing that, instead of being like, oh, wow, look at all this money I have in December. It's like, oh, no, 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 no.
Yeah.
It's on
No,
both of me.
I'm now, you do not touch December's money until December's payday.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, basically. Like,
Stick it into a different account and it's not there. I haven't got it yet. You don't get paid till payday.
yeah, just glue my wallet shut. No,
Yeah.
please, no,
Yeah,
no.
this is really weird. Archery taught me financial fucking responsibility as well. How weird is that?
No, I think Archery did the worst for me. Archery to reason I get out of bed to go to work. I've made it expensive. Fuck, I'm gonna go
Someone
to
for
work.
archery forced to work.
Yeah, well, if I need, you know, any sort of motivation to get out of bed is,
Yeah.
archery, pricey, very expensive, you know,
Yeah.
especially when you have high level taste, Oh, fuck, custom stuff. Oh, Christ, I'm done for,
Oh God, yeah. Now nipping down to Decathlon for a 30 quid bow set for you, sir.
Yeah, yeah. No, no, please. Yeah. No, I think, yeah, that'd be awesome. Just getting everyone together. I think that'd be such a laugh.
Yeah. I'm trying to
Like a
figure
big
out
old
why my
loop.
dogs are going nuts outside the dining room door.
Yeah.
Yampy little buggers. Now, my grandson's first bow is already in production.
Yeah, Ollie getting that all sanded down and ready.
He is, yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, I cannot wait for him to get it.
Yeah, it's gonna be like Bodie Turner. You're gonna just throw it in the cart, just get him going.
Right. His mom, Sarah, posted some photos on Instagram
I
today.
saw it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mate, they were so cool.
Yeah,
Can
I
you
can't.
see how fast his form got so good so quick?
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe my parents didn't film me or picture me with my bows growing up now. So jealous. Why couldn't they photograph that? Or is it rugby pictures? Fuck's sake.
Knee deep in mud, flattening
Yeah,
people.
yeah. I look like the guys I was meant to be shooting back then. How dare you? Yeah, can't believe it. He's struggling in the mud like a Frenchman. Hey, hey, hey. No, 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 no. Wrong image, parents. Wrong image. Me with bow. Right.
Get me in Lincoln Green, give me my bow, and record this for
Yeah,
posterity.
yeah. God, I can't believe they didn't do that.
Yeah, but parents are really good at taking embarrassing photos and not the ones you want.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
My
What
God, I
do I need to be
remember
proud
I'd be
for?
about what, 4 or 5. Mum and Dad took me down to London to watch Troop in the Colour, and
I
they've
know what
got
that is.
so many photos of me in my little shorts, my shiny shoes, my shirt, my dicky bow, and my blazer with the most
Yeah,
horrendous basin haircut.
big lollipop, fucking propeller
Feed,
hat.
feeding the pigeons in Trafalgar Square.
Yeah, yeah. Where's the bow pigs, Mum? Why do I have pigeons in Trafalgar Square? I don't want that.
Because when my dad saw the state of his shed door, I ran very, very
Starts
quickly.
whipping you with that fishing rod you massacred. How dare you?
Oh, I got in so much shit for that, but I never thought at the time it was, I just made a hole. Let's make
Yeah.
another one, another one, and another one.
Well, the addiction starts young. You see it pierce something, and you're like, I like that.
Yeah,
That was cool. That was cool.
yeah, that's it's matter. There's been two consistent always in my hobbies: music and
Yeah,
shooting sports.
yeah,
If
yeah,
I've
yeah.
not been doing one, I've been doing the other.
Yeah, totally get that. It's like I got like a slingshot just because I was like, well, if I can't shoot, bow when doing like a walk or whatever, I'll just carry a slingshot and just shoot trees with clay
Yeah.
pellets, whatever. It's just like I just like shooting stuff.
Oh yeah. I mean, I did, used to do a lot of air rifle shooting.
Yeah.
I have a Webley Vulcan and a Viroc HW77K,
Okay.
and I used to go to the newsagents with my dad, and you could buy a box of 500 marksman pellets
Yeah.
for 75 pence.
Okay. Yeah. It's like if I want, big tin
That
of
was a
fire.
day. That was a day and a half for
Yeah.
me. I'd go through 500 pellets in a day and a half, just plinking in the garden.
Yeah. Not
And
bad.
it,
I used to love air rifle shooting. I just had like a little break barrel Edgar Bros 177.
yeah,
And that was just so cool. Just like, crank it back up,
yeah.
shoot eggs and like apples and shit. Like,
Oh Lord, yeah. I mean, tin cans. I'd look everywhere for tin cans,
yeah, tin
and we
cans,
got two
bottles,
big trees
anything.
in at the top of the garden.
Yeah.
I'd put a
A big
piece of timber
string.
between them, and I used to hang the cans and
Yeah.
shoot the
Yeah.
cans.
Yeah. No, I do. We had the same childhood. Like, that was always just like the coolest thing. Yeah. We just natural born shooters. You just like shooting, innit?
Yeah, but kids can't do that anymore. I mean, go
Yeah. It's
out
the
and
rules.
making dens with your mates. How many kids do that now? In fact,
Yeah. I
one
think
of
it's
my
a
friends,
scouts.
they their road was circular, and there was a pond surrounded by reeds at the back of it, and
Okay.
residents could access this.
Yeah.
And do you remember the old Gat pistols? You don't remember a
No.
gat? Oh my God. You push the barrel in and they came, you could, there was a flare on the end of the barrel. They came, you'd pay about a tenner for one of these from the fishing tackle shop. They came with the little darts.
Okay.
They'd shoot 177 pellets, or they'd got corks.
Oh, okay.
Stick in the flared end and shoot corks. And we discovered if you cut dried reeds and folded them, you could stick them in the barrel and they'd shoot them as well.
Okay. Made like a little arrow gun.
Yeah, so we'd be running around this pool shooting each other in the neck with dried
Yeah,
reeds.
dried reeds.
So kids can't do any of that.
Guys.
Only thing we used to make was throwing darts.
Okay.
It'd
Yeah.
literally just be the tube of an old bicycle pump,
Yeah.
screw the front end of a dart in the front, the barrel and point of a dart, piece of
Yeah.
dowel down the back, and some cardboard fletchings.
Wow, just making a big plumbata.
Yeah, and just stand and lob them at each other.
Oh, that's badass. I was making like spear points out of like flattened bean cans and whatnot, you know.
Nice.
They just get a big stick from the woods and they just be just spearing my garden, just seeing how far I can
Yep.
like javelin throw it, you know. It was just like the thing to do. Can't do that now. Yeah.
No, the neighbours saw kids doing that. There'd be the police knocking at the door.
Yeah.
Back then, it'd be, well, at least they're in the gardens playing.
Yeah, it's just kids playing, just boys having
Yeah.
fun kind of thing, you know. And
Yeah.
now it's iPads and things like that, you know.
You got to feel sorry for today's kids, a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of like my co-workers that are dads, it's like their kids sound fucking boring. You know, they just sit on an iPad and watch YouTube.
Yeah.
Do that as an adult in winter, you know. Go
Yeah.
outside and play in the sun, you know. Like,
Oh, yeah. I mean, God, we used to go everywhere on bikes as well.
okay, yeah,
Yeah, I remember I had a racing bike, and the number of times my dad had to take the wheels into the local bike shop to have them straightened. Of course, some of my mates
you
had got,
throwing them down fucking ravines and shit, like.
and they got BMXs and they were bunny hopping off curbs. So I'm
Okay,
doing them on this racing bike with wheels like that thick.
yeah, proper heavy duty, like.
Every 5 or 6 weeks, it'd be, oh God, take the wheels back up to the bike shop and have them straightened again.
Yeah, God, you were fucking terror, weren't you?
Just didn't,
Horrible
didn't
child just
give a
breaking
shit.
his bike on curves, bunny hopping. And
Although I never managed to learn to do a wheelie.
nah, I'd fucking die and break my neck if I tried doing that on a bike. I'm not built for bikes anymore. Too
Yeah,
big.
God, my mate could do amazing wheelies, and there was one lad, Dave Lynn. He got really, really good on a BMX. The stuff he could do was amazing,
Yeah,
and he did a trick the one night. I think he pulled it up on the back wheel, spun the handlebars because they had those free rotating heads, and swung his leg over the top. And it went wrong. And my mate Rob looked at me and said, "That's why they call it the cherry picker."
oh wow, that's crazy. I was never into like
Oh,
wheels.
I'd never got the skill for that or the bollocks, mind you. Dave nearly didn't have the bollocks after that when what
Yeah,
went wrong.
fucking ripsawed it off. Bike wheel.
Oh, I really do feel sorry for today's kids.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think I'm gonna have to call it a day because Wendy's gone out to get the eldest daughter, and my dogs are going absolutely. I don't know if you can hear them your end.
No, no, I can't. Have you heard
Well,
my
that's all
cat?
right. They're going absolutely freaking berserk,
Okay. Oh,
which
fair
means
enough.
one of
Right.
them's heard a dog barking over the back or seen their own reflection in the French windows, and they've decided, oh,
Yeah.
let's all three of us bark like idiots. You know what? It's been such an absolute pleasure to talk to you.
Nah, you know, it's
I'm going to see if
every day in the office, innit?
when we had that freeze and I nipped out to the loo, I pulled the bloody plug out the roadcaster. I'm going to see if it
Yeah.
lost the first hour. If it did, I've got separate audio channels recorded on here, so I can
Okay.
upload them from here and
We
do
just
that.
add them together. All right.
Yes.
How long have we clocked now?
Uh, Right. I think we were going for about an hour before we froze,
Yeah.
weren't we?
Okay. Yeah.
And wow, we've been going 3.5 hours. Mate, that has gone so fast.
I mean, it's 6:38 right now.
I can say it's 20 to 7. What time did we start? About 2
Coming
o'clock?
up to two. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I love long form. I love recording long form because you can have such amazing conversations.
Yeah. Oh
I
yeah. I mean, I remember when we filmed like the first one. It's like,
That
I
was
mean, a lot of
4
my family
hours,
were
wasn't
like,
it?
4 hours is a long time, but then it's like everyone who is into archery was like, I want more. I want more of that. It was
Yeah.
like,
Well, the first, I mean, when I record on my own, I generally go between about 40 minutes and an hour. And
yeah.
Si messaged me the one day when I'd not long started, said, mate, you got to start making them longer. They're over too quick.
Yeah, I do a 10-hour workday 5 days a week. It's like I like long form because it's like if
Yeah.
one podcast takes like nearly the whole day for me to listen to it, it's like that's made my workday like, melt. So
Yeah. This is why I like Rogan. They're not just like 10, 15-minute things. They're 2.5, 3, 4 hours.
yeah, yeah, no, they're good. They're good listens.
Oh, yeah. Again, he's another one that he doesn't interview. He just talks. They just start talking and it takes them where it takes them.
Yeah. Well, I think we, do a pretty similar job. We have topics
Yeah.
and then we just shoot the shit in it. Like
Oh, that's it. You chew the breeze and just enjoy it. Like I say, it
on
is
video, they're gonna see
such
it
a.
go from like daytime to nighttime.
I
Like
know. Well, before I started recording, I thought I'd better shut the curtains now because the sun shines right in through the bay into the dining room
yeah.
and it washes you out. And then all of a sudden, I'd be having to jump up and draw the curtains when it goes dark.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be changing colors on like my end because I have like my main light on, a
Yeah.
lamp on, and then I had the sun as well. And now one of those has been taken away. So
Yeah. So it's been such an absolute pleasure to get to talk to you again.
yeah, no, thank you
Uh,
for having me.
I'll drop your Instagram down in the show notes. Like I
Yep,
say,
yeah,
I'm looking forward to seeing more and more come out of the longbow.
awesome. Well, you'll get to see it, in person in next
Oh
year.
yeah, if this comes off in June, you've got to bring those really heavy helical arrows as well.
I'll make some nice ones. I'll make
The,
some nice
those
ones.
those black ones you did that were like on the mega helical. That was.
Oh, those Urukai ones. Yeah, I can make some of those up.
I should imagine they'd be amazing at 20, but where did they start dropping off?
I have video proof that they don't start dropping till after 40 meters, but they're
Wow,
crazy.
damn,
Everyone,
that's good.
everyone online was saying that's going to drop like a stone past 20. I was getting them out to 40 before I was noticing like heavy drop.
God, that's really good.
Yeah, they were
Really good.
actually really cool arrows, so I'll definitely
They
make
are
some
some
of
of
those.
the funkiest looking arrows I have ever seen. When I saw the first photo of them, it's like, oh my God, these things are absolutely
Yeah,
amazing.
yeah, the corkscrew.
Yeah, they did look they look absolutely incredible.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
really
I'll
do.
make some up and bring them. You might even get one as a gift. Who knows?
Woohoo! That'll have to go on the wall.
Oh yeah, wall space.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, one of the things I've got to do is uh, started stripping the studio out. I've got to finish stripping it out, redecorate it, and then get everything back in there.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I mean,
Yeah.
got the space to do it. Do it.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to get my bow hung on the wall as well.
Yeah, awesome. That'd be absolutely awesome. So,
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to getting it done. Anyway, I'm going to go and have me some dinner. I think it's
yeah, I'm
such, I say,
hungry.
such a pleasure as always to talk to you. Uh, your Instagram will be down in the show notes, although I presume everybody knows where to find you now anyway.
Yeah, I'm same on everything. The grad sniper. Yeah, you know
I
it.
haven't seen many of your shorts on YouTube.
Yeah, no, I got like a bit panicked about that, and I thought, I'm gonna try and do like some more YouTube content. So I haven't
Yeah,
been. I want to be more selective about what goes on YouTube, so I'm just kind of
yeah,
in a big cull uh, instead of just trying to like spit a load of stuff out. So
yeah.
yeah, hopefully some more YouTube stuff will come along. But yeah.
Ah, excellent. Right, with any luck, this is going to be posted tomorrow, New Year's Eve.
Oh wow. Okay.
You have been the last guest of 2024. Here's to many more arrows flung and much fun to be had in 2025.
Yeah. Happy New
Guys,
Year.
you know where to find the Trad Sniper. Head over to Instagram and just search Trad Sniper. You know where to find me. Just chuck Archery Geek Outdoors in Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Threads, or email me at archerygeekoutdoors@gmail.com. Guys, if there's anybody you'd like to see on as a guest, let me know. Fingers crossed, I'm going to have a couple lined up for 2025 that should make for an interesting conversation. So, folks, I hope you have all had an amazing Christmas. Have a stunning 2025. Good night.